Hi, this is Master Luke Chen. I'm the author of X-Secret Tao Te Ching. You see, this is Chinese writing of Tao Te Ching. This is English interpretation. And then one of my students from come to see me, and he said, asked me, and he had a book, a small book of Tao Te Ching. He said, well, you know, now I see this book, it's a huge book. I said, why don't you tell people? I said, okay, that's what I'm telling you. It's a huge book. But anyway, why is huge book? It took me 10 years to write it, because I interpret not just Tao Te Ching, that's easy. I mean, interpretation is pretty easy because in few words. However, what make the commentary, Ho Shang Gong and Wang Bi commentary. So I interpret both. They both is, you know, so that foreigners like yourself who had no knowledge about Chinese. Now you understand there's two ways to interpret. I can say whatever what I was trying to say, but 2,000 years old then is very important piece of information you must know. So now you ask, so what's the timeline of Tao Te Ching? Timeline of Tao Te Ching at first is 2,600 years about that time, and then someone called Lao Tzu, we don't know exactly who it is, but someone wrote a book. And then when it was the first appear, because in Chinese characters, you hang on one generation to another, so the characters will not change that much. And then in about 2,400 years old, the first time and appears in the Lao Tzu's writing was Zhuangzi. So Zhuangzi is the 2,400 years, and he quote Lao Tzu's work. And then and then after that, in about 2,000 years old, a guy called Ho Shang Gong, and he's a Qigong grandmaster, and he comment on every sentence about Tao Te Ching. So it's a double protection, because you know the text, Tao Te Ching text, and then your commentary. If you're missing one, you know that you're missing each other. So and then of course 1,800 years ago, 200 years later, Ho Shang Gong, this Wang Bi. Wang Bi is the official. He died young, 24 years old, but he is very intelligent. So he wrote the commentary on Tao Te Ching. He comment on 79, it's 81, 79 chapters. And not every sentence he have very, you know, sometimes it's just outline commentary, but it's very important. The thing is, in the West, because the original Chinese interpreters, they only use Wang Bi's. The Ho Shang Gong is hard to find, so they're not doing it, so only use Wang Bi. So all you listen, your little book is Wang Bi's. You missing the whole part is Ho Shang Gong. This is Ho Shang Gong, this is a little book, but this Ho Shang Gong is so important. So I make up my mind we're going to translate the whole thing. Now, in order to understand the whole Tao Te Ching, you, for example, the first Dao Ke Dao, Fei Chang Dao, the one Dao is different meanings. So in order to understand what's Dao, what's Wu Wai, this concept, you must understand Tao Te Ching by memorizing. That's only one way. I found out. You memorize it, so when you interpret, when I interpret, so all the chapters come to me, what he's saying this, and then of course at the end of the book, I eventually do the concordance. So 800 characters, each character, which chapter appear in this one, concordance. So it's very important that when you translate, it's very consistent. When you say I or Wu Wei, so where does this chapter, how you interpret it? You let's lay out sentence by sentence, so people say, oh, that's how you interpret. So it's a consistent interpretation. So concordance is so important, but nobody doing it. But now, because it took me 10 years to do it, and so forth. Now, after I interpreted Wang Bi and Ho Shang Gong, I said, wow, okay, you know, I interpret as such a translate. And then one of the Wang Bi's interpretation or the commentary 42, Dao begets one begets two, Dao sheng yi, sheng er, sheng san, sheng wan. Oh, I couldn't understand what he's saying. What's he saying? What's he saying? And then somewhere, somehow, I did not give up. And I heard that he quotes Zhuangzi. He actually is paraphrase Zhuangzi, what is saying. And then And then I went to Zhuangzi, look at Zhuangzi another 8,000 words of Zhuangzi. And he said, I understand Zhuangzi, what he's saying, but not Wang Bi. So it's very important. And then I make up my mind. And then if you don't understand Zhuangzi, you will not understand Tao Te Ching, let alone to write Tao Te Ching interpretation. So I spent many years trying to learn Zhuangzi, his story. So I put the story into Tao Te Ching, make it more alive. So it's but anyway, but when everything done, I translate every word by word, sentence by sentence, the Chinese way of interpretation and the English way of rephrasing the Chinese, and then finally everything's there. And then it's every corner cover. And then I ask myself, am I satisfied? I said, no, it's so academic for people, but what I'm trying to say. And then I said, I get rid of all the burden and so on. I said, I'm going to interpret like I do the secret Tai Chi circle, in a story form. What I feel is what I write, into deep meditation. I come up with the final interpretation, the final, the writing of it. So in a story form and so forth. That's why, I when I say this, and a lot of people react to it, is because you go through the body, mind, spirit. And but anyway, now one thing is that because it's very important to understand this is the whole piece of work, because you must understand, you must memorize it in order to respect. So if you want to write interpretation of Shakespeare into Chinese, you have to know the English well. You cannot just, you read interpretation from Japanese Shakespeare, and then you translate Japanese in Chinese, and then you think, that's the original. No, you have to. If you want to translate, Tao Te Ching, try to learn some Chinese. Now, how do I know that? Because, when I wrote this book, I went in Chinese, and I did meditation sometimes in the early hours, and I come up, in the dream, not in dream, and then it's not right. And very fast, your mind is going in, your hands are right there. Your hand go first, the mind go first. In cosmic writing, it's called Cao Su. It's, like shorthand, very quickly. And then it's not like, very quickly. That's why I believe when Lao Ji under cosmic influence is one in cosmic, and he write very fast. His whole Tao Te Ching maybe took 10-15 minutes, very fast. And then you put into silk scroll and so forth. But so that's why people are hard to understand at the beginning, because it's all separate. But as a whole, it's great. So during meditation, I come up with X principles, X secrets, and then put the chapters according to what our mind can grasp, understand. And then from there, and you understand, that's what Tao Te Ching, De is the way of life. That's learning Tao, and then the X secret is about learning Tao, how to live better, love yourself, love others, love nature. That's the essence of Tao. So, and so come up with it, and now, and I love Tao Te Ching. So I recorded every chapter just recently for many months, and I was supposed to put it there and then forget it. But I suddenly realized, no, YouTube is so easy, so I put it up. Some of you read, maybe read it, and then it's great. If nobody read it, I just put it there. So I instead just put it in the computer somewhere, and then I said, I'm going to put it there. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. All right, thank you very much. Love yourself, love others, love nature. That's the essence of Tao. And the world's beautiful because of you, because we are one. I love you from Yangshuo. Oh, this Basilic chair is beautiful, Yangshuo. Today we want to talk about Tao Te Ching. Chapter number 1 is categorized into Tao. Tao. Now, chapter number 1 is it's easy, looks like it, 道可道，非常道；名可名，非常名。道可道. So actually, if you know Chinese, looks like easy, but each Tao in the first sentence means different thing. So the common translation will be, oh, okay, Tao that can be described or said is not the real Tao. But you're not saying anything at all. So so doing my research, meditation and all those things, and then I come up with two commentators. One is 2,000-year-old He Shang Gong, and the other is Wang Bi, who is 1,800-year-old. Both commentators so important to understand Tao Te Ching. So I go to their book, the commentatory, and then when I first, Wang Bi is pretty easy to understand, but when I open He Shang Gong's explanation, so if you have my book, is 191 there. I was so disappointed when I first encountered He Shang Gong. I said, I thought he would be everything wonderful and so on. But when I first the first chapter, the first sentence, I got so discouraged. I said, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" Oh yes, but of course I knew, or now I knew that he is a grandmaster. And for 2,000 years, of course, Lao Tzu is 2,600 years. For 2,000 years, he interpreted. So everybody very diligently follow him. I mean, it must be something. So I meditate on it, and then suddenly I realize, well, if Tao cannot describe it, but the whole Tao Te Ching is about Tao. I mean, after all, 5,000 words. If you come to my concordance here, if you the Tao, so I list all the Tao, which chapter have it, and it's all Tao there. So if you say cannot describe, why are you talking about Tao? I mean, so and then I meditate on it. I try to understand it, and then during meditation, of course, before I go to sleep. And meditate, memorize every single word of Tao Te Ching. And then when I get up in the morning, I normally come up with new things. And then chapter 1 is one of those chapters. So, Tao Ke Tao, Fei Chang Tao. He Shang Gong said, they talk about long life Tao. The long life Tao, that is the chapter 59. The long life Tao. So what's Tao Te Ching? Te is learning the way of Tao. So what is Tao? We don't know. Later on, the chapter will tell us. No. But what we know was the effect of Tao. So we need to learn what Tao is. So what we saying in the Tao Te Ching, this Tao is what we can know, what we can learn. So it's long life Tao. So we need to qualify what kind of Tao we're talking. Now, so everything go back to black and white writing. It's all in the Chinese. So I list everything there so that better later on, if you know Chinese, if you want to translate it for the public. But you can translate it in your own. And then you need to, then later people say, oh, that's how you translate. And then, so I translated Tao is long life Tao. And then the next line will be, the name can be named. It's not the real name, and then it doesn't say anything. But then I realized what's name. So what you can see, manifestation of Tao. That's what you can see, material what you see. But once you said if you said the whole thing, the real, okay, the real is oneness. You cannot distinguish. But if you're a spaceman out there, look at the Earth. Or say, this Earth, okay, it's Earth, okay. But when you go inside, So there's trees, animals, and so on. So let's differentiate. So, so if what we will say, so it's a tree. Well, of course, you can name the tree, but it's not the whole thing. So, yes, when we say go ahead into the names is actually you, me, and the tree, animals, and butterfly, and so on. Those is only part of the whole. But when we said the Chang Ming, that means the real reality is something we are one. So you cannot differentiate. So here we're talking about the name. So long life Tao. So we can name things. 名可名非常名，无名天地之始，有名万物之母。So so of course then everything comes. Before heaven and earth, that's you cannot name, and that's Tao, and then later on, so, 有名万物之， what you can name is then the 10,000 things starting. 故常无欲以生，常无欲以观其教，观其妙，常无欲以观其教。So you always meditate in a meditative mode. Oh, when a baby, newborn baby, then you feel the cosmic one is miao, is the wonder. And then, but now you have desire, 有欲, then you know what's, and then you can differentiate things. And then, 教, that means you can see the edges, or you can see what is the manifestation of the end of the Tao. That's what you see, the trees and so forth. Therefore, so the two sides. So one is when you meditative, when you become one. The one you live here now. So it's the two sides. Actually, one source. The source is Tao. What is Tao? We don't know. But that's later on, 25. And then there's one source. And then after you think, oh, I understand Tao, you're not enlightened. Oh, you're enlightened Tao. No. It's just layer by layer. Door after door after door after door. And they reach, what it is. It's continuous. So chapter number 1 is a wonderful opening chapter. But there's such a lot of knowledge in it. All right. Now, I just want to mention that nowadays in China, Chinese, a lot of scholars, they wrote down the Jing. So even in the chapter 1, there's new versions come up. Oh, not the new version. So it's actually, but no, I'm not getting it. But the people said, 无名 or 有名, they stop in between because back in about 800 years back, a scholar, a Confucius scholar, he's not Taoist. He's nothing to do with Tao, but he's a scholar. So, it should be 无名, 无 and 名, 无 yu should be separate character. This is a separate concept. But 和尚公王弼认为有名 天地之始，无名无名天地之始，有名万物之母。So always together, very quickly together. Okay. But anyway, this is only when you know Chinese. But now all the children here is 大可大，非常大，名可名，非常名。无名天地之无 and then stop and then so. But that's not the way it's supposed to say. It's 无名. But anyway, since I'm talking in public, I need to mention that. So for I teach that all 和尚公 2,000 years old, they all teach 无名 because it's when you call 无名is one sentence, two words together means many things. If you separate it, doesn't. It's not Tao. It's not the way Tao Te Ching is supposed to. But anyway. Get rid of that, and then of course, 和尚公王弼, and then we go to now 庄子 also. I translate Zhuangzi's story because it's so important. Zhuangzi, you love the Zhuangzi story. So if you look at page 85 in my book, and you see Zhuangzi's story, it's not much a story for that particular chapter. He just said, a student asked the master, how can I obtain Tao? And the master said, yeah, how you obtain Tao? You and Tao is one thing. You separate yourself, you'll never get it. So the first of all, you need to drop your body. Let go of your body first, and then let go your mind, and then let go your body, nothing, and then now you have become everything. So that is a Zhuangji's story, right? So it's not much of a story, but it's understand. Zhuangji is, of course, enlightened. How old Zhuangji? 2,400 years old. 2,400 years, not 24, 2,400 years. So it's, but anyway, okay, here, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. I teach here now. Come in case you are in this area. Thank you.
Chapter 1. It has been said for so many times and so many ways. Tao that can be told is not the absolute Tao. Name that can be named is not the absolute name. Oh, the humble one, if you cannot tell and you cannot name, should we close the book and not look? Yes and no. The more I talk, the less you absorb. Absolute Tao is an unknown. To talk about something unknown is meaningless. Absolute name is oneness. Oneness includes all names and therefore is meaningless to call everything oneness. Then the humble one, am I meaningless? Am I nothing? Oh man, what can I say? What can I say? Yes, when you are one with Tao, you are nothing but you are everything. You don't need to be told, but you know. And when you are one with the whole, you don't need a name to play a role. But when you begin to live, you must be told about the natural long life Tao to live here and now. When you begin to play a role, you must have a name to be part of the game. Here is the game of life. The nameless is Tao, which gives birth to heaven and earth. The named is heaven and earth, which is the mother of the 10,000 things. Man is one of the 10,000 things, and he must play his role. Oh man, be void of desire, be still. Let the worldly dust settle. In silence and emptiness, you can witness the wonder of creation. Oh, men have rest for life. Be active. Live in the present moment. Right here and right now, you can experience the joy of living. These two experiences of life come from the same source, but different in name. These are the mysterious experiences. Oh, man, be humble. There are more mysterious wonders than mysterious experiences. Oh, incomprehensible. Somewhere in the unknown is a mysterious door to all wonders. What is behind the door? Oh, and behold, it cannot be told.
This Master Luke Che talking about the Ching Chapter 2. This is a wonderful chapter. A lot of people talk about this chapter. So the first sentence, when all the world, everybody knows what beauty is beauty, oh, then ugly occur, evil occur. When everybody says good is good, then no good occur or evil appears. Now, if you have a little book there, now of course, Wang Bi Hosan Go expressed explain the same, except the Wang Bi a little different. So in here is we're talking yin and yang here. So, but anyway, so 反解道就 if we look at the 40, there's two ways saying it. One is saying what the return of Tao is going back there, or the opposite. So a lot of people say, well, if everybody knows beauty is beauty because it is ugliness, or because the evil. So because of that, and then you have this, and then what is good because there's evil. But doesn't say anything. So, but the interpretation of this chapter will be, to me at the first time, when everybody knows good, then that person become corrupted. So many times in history, that happened. Or good, have you watched TV in the United States, in Europe, or whatever? Oh, this guy is talking so virtuous, and suddenly he is because everybody is good, and he's become bad. No. So, but anyway, that's how. That's what the circle is. We have to be careful as the Tao follower, and that we know that when things go very far, and then you know that you be careful because you go to the other side, so it's aware that then you will not fall in the trap that when you're become arrogant, you're going to die. You're going to the opposite side of it. So after that, so it said, well, why is this two? And then Lao Tzu continued to explain in chapter 2, because the 有无相生，有 what you have is from 无 and 无 from 有. Then you can make use that the observation and then long and short is relative. Okay, so you cannot be of a short is short because somebody even shorter than you or longer than you is a mountain, high and low. It's always higher mountain, and this is all relative. So things is relative, but it's the opposite but relative. and then front and back. If you're in a circle, there's no front and back, but it's 声音 so the 声 音 相合. So the sound and the tones harmonize. That's why I use this sentence inspire me to write Tao Chinese, to learn 汉语拼音. 汉语拼音 is 3 parts: initial, final, and the tone. So initial, final is the sound, and then the tones is tone. So together you make the sound. So this phonetic, is the this tone language. So this one is for 2,600 years. You already have that. So I'm not getting into the space that we are talking Tao, but this particular phrase and inspired me to write the Tao Chinese and other faithful, and then teach Chinese in this way. All right. So when you read Tao Te Ching, you have to apply to your own situation, and then. Now, after said that, because everything is relative, you cannot just, I'm the greatest, or I am, taller than everybody. But you know that there's another higher mountain than you. So, in that case, what happened? So we do practice 无为之事. So we're doing 无为, so small, but it's small. You're not competing. You're not comparing. So you're just doing things without saying, doing things. Practicing instead of talk about it and so forth. That's why the advice for us is we practice down, not talk about down, and then do it the way step by step. And then now at the high level, one would trigger is the Tao. 10,000 things, all things come to Tao, and then Tao remains small. That doesn't take the credit. When you're doing things, doesn't expecting. Now, if we're 圣人, if the sage or you and me practice Tao practitioner, and then when you do that, when it's accomplished, things accomplished, we don't claim credit, but the credit never leaves you. So that's just it's important. If you want it, you don't have it. Want it, not have it. Want? No one. So this is a pair. So if you don't want it, you can have it. So this, but apparently a lot of us apply this, situation phenomenon to our daily lives. So the whole thing is that don't think we're everything. We're all relative. So you might be rich, poor. It's all relative. But anyway. After said that, Zhuangzi, I love Zhuangzi story, and but Zhuangzi's story is wonderful story. Here, if you have my book 94 there, that's a funny story. One time, a scholar or Taoist, in this case, just a traveler. He stopped in the inn, the owner of the hotel, the inn there, and then he saw the owner had two wives. Older days probably have two wives. The beautiful one, very pretty one, was doing all the laborers' work. Mop the floor, clean clothes, laborers' work. But the ugly one doing saw work, and then the owner, really treat the ugly one well, and so on. And then the traveler asked the owner, "Why? Hey, everybody, she's so beautiful. Why you? Even if I travel outside, I really don't want so beautiful, so tender places, working so hard. Why you have this so cruel to her, but so nice to the ugly one?" And then the inn owner said, "Well, she's beautiful on her own. She thinks beautiful. She's arrogant, so she works. But the ugly one know that she's humble, and then she treat people well. So I asked her to do the light work, so she can." So I don't see that. It's all relative. But anyway, just but anyway, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. It's beautiful, It's a spring day, a little rainy, but not too much rain out there. So it's Lijiang is beautiful. If you come here, you'll see that because it's just right out by the place I live right now. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 2. When everyone in the world knows something is beautiful, that thing turns ugly. When everyone worships a man as good, that man turns evil. Good overflows to bad, and bad converts to good. This is the yin and yang of oneness, a coin with two sides. Therefore, visible things and invisible things produce each other, like water and vapor. Difficult and easy complement each other. Like one stick is easy to break, and many sticks are difficult to break. Hold your judgment. Long and short measure each other. The index finger is long, and the other fingers are short. Together they make the hand useful. Sunrise and sunset. High and low level each other. The sun does not change, but it changes in the eyes of the observer. Listen. Sound and voice harmonize each other. Voice echoes through a value and returns to the ears of the sound maker. Look, front and back follow each other. A school of fish moves in unison in the sea. Which is the front? Which is the back? Even a fish with a tail cannot tell. Therefore, the sage acts with invisible action Wu Wei to get things done before they are labeled as good or bad. He practices the teaching without words to prevent arguments about the opposite meanings of words. By living in oneness, the sage assists the 10,000 things to live naturally. He creates without possessing, acts without expectation. When the job is done, he does not take credit. Oh, he doesn't have to. He is one with Tao, and he is never forgotten.
Hello, this is Master Lin Chen teaching Tao Te Ching Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is a beautiful chapter. He's saying that desire and is enough. Is enough. Don't get too much desire. But this chapter is about ruler. So if you are the emperor or the and so forth, that's how you rule the people. Because then if you too much let people desire too much, and there would be too many thieves, and then use too much the tricky thing, then there's chaos. If you too much hold the able, whoa, he's better than everybody, and then people will worship and then compete and then contentious. So the whole thing is about ruling. It's a Taoist ruling. You keep the mind calm. Don't tangle people with, oh, this is expensive, good, gold, jade, whatever expensive. Then people want it. It's a lot of feet, and so the ruler, when they rule, is keep inside, not outside. 虚其心，实其福. So the mind is very go by simplicity, and then you just keep inside and for living, for life, because eating for life is simplicity. Not outside is something is out. It's nothing to do with living, but it's your desire, your value of fame, of wealth. So as a ruler, you want to keep the people's ambition in check by keeping yourself as example. So now the next one will be keep the people is simplicity and not too much undesirable desire, so that people can in peace live at peace. And now, of course, that's Wang Bi and Hou Shuangong explain a little different. Of course, Hou Shuangong is more as into Qigong, and the Wei Fu, the stomach is the what's the five spirit live, and so you use the breath, use the things to nourish them, and then Wang Bi, of course, just eating and so forth. But anyway, this chapter is talking about one is very controversial. People use it whatever way you want it, because 2,600 years down the road, and then 无知无欲. This 无知无欲. So 无知无欲. See, some of you actually all of you can listen to 无为, okay? But here is 无知无欲. So 无 Chinese characters. 无 is nothing or has something. 无知无欲. 无欲, that's the desire. 无欲is not translated no desire. It's a little desire or enough desire, because something there. 无知 is you understand things. It's not that no is foolish. Fool people policy is so people, because you translate 无 as nothing, no knowledge, then keep the people stupid, ignorance, then you rule them. Some people said this chapter. No. If you interpret it, 无知 just enough to understand. Life is about body and mind, spirit, about eating, about simplicity, about breathing the right thing, and all those 无知无欲. Enough desire. You need to decide to live. You cannot just. So it's important to understand it's a balancing act. It's not that foolish, make people foolish to keep quiet. And but nowadays, especially nowadays, you can't do that because of the internet and so on. So the news going very fast. But anyway, that's the chapter 3 is very wonderful advice for the rulers. But anyway, I love Zhuangzi. So if you go to Zhuangzi's story, Zhuangzi's story, and then 171, that if you have my book, 1711, and the story, actually it's a beautiful story. So the first sentence, chapter 3 is that, well, don't abhor, don't favor or the able one, so so people don't compete. Now Zhuangzi's story is that, well, one time a father died and the son, she's so penitent, he cried, he to a point he exhausted, and he cried 3 years and really and then the emperor heard of his piety, devotion, and so on. So the emperor provoked him to high official, and then everybody, every son, every man heard of that immediately. Whether his father died or anybody died, he just cried left and right until because why? It's not naturally care about their fathers or said because they want the position, and then a lot of people die because they want they want to learn what a pious son is about. Oh, that's a John's story. It's beautiful. So enough is enough. We appreciate whatever we have and lived in simplicity, and life is beautiful, and then we go through journey of life is beautiful. All right, so but this style, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 3. Don't reward the worthy, so that people won't compete. Don't value precious things, so that people won't become thieves. Don't display the desirable objects, so that people won't be aroused. Therefore, the sage governs by emptying the mind and filling the belly, softening ambitions and strengthening bonds. Always let people live without cleverness and without desires. All desires, product of the mind and ambitions. Yes, when people live contentedly with basic knowledge for survival, they don't need the interfering action of the clever man. Oh, Wu Wei, the sage is an invisible ruler who rules without ruling. He sets all things in order before they are disorders. Oh, peace. Therefore, when the world is ruled by invisible action, Wu Wei, all things are governed naturally.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We'll talk about chapter 4. It's a small chapter. It's a very important chapter. 道从而用之，祸不盈。原是万物之中，错其锐，解其分，和其光，同其真。瞻思四若存，无不知，谁之子？相敌其身. So it's very short, but it said, "Oh, I do not know. Tao is is everywhere. It's penetrate everything. Is everything. It looks like a pond. Is everything 10,000 things from it. So it is in the world. It's and then you said, well. It's no corner, it's nothing there. It's very soft, harmonious, and then I do not know whose son it is. It exists, not exists, and he exists before heaven and earth. 相地之身. Now here is the major interpretation is 相地. Now, D is 10D is 好像跟王弼 if you look at chapter of course 203 there, you know, the page, it said, well, 10D it's not like a Western personal God. It's not God. It's just like heaven and earth and before that. And so it's not about personal God. Tao is never about that, because then you compare. This is no comparison, because it's not different philosophy. We said, well, Tao, we don't know what it is. So this is another chapter, one of the two chapters indicating Lao Tzu's Tao, we don't know what's Tao. But we know what Tao it is. So it gives birth to 10,000 things, like it exists, not exists. and it's just De, then with the De, we know what the manifest in this world, in the what's the Tao. So that's why we learn Tao Te Ching. Okay, so now and of course, if you look at page 77, that's a beautiful 76, a beautiful story from Zhuangzi. I love the Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi said, well, you know, one time it's a shadow. I'm the shadow asked the asked the shadow, why such a shadow? Why when your master owner stand up, you stand up. When you sit down, you sit down. You don't have your mind of your own. He said, the shadow replied, I don't know who's my master. The shadow said, I once saw a snake, a snake, and then a snake, and then I thought, and then one time I thought the snake is my master, the shadow, the snake, the master, and one day the master go away because only the skin of the skin left, and I don't know how many master I got. Just like so. Who is who? We don't know. I'm just a shadow. So this is understanding what we don't know what Tao is. But it exists, yet no one exists. Who knows? But we just know we are in this here and now. So we precious every moment. Love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because you're here. I love you from Yangshuo. In case you go by in this area touring, come to see me. I'm teaching Tao Te Ching here now. Thank you.
Chapter 4. Tao is empty, yet its use is never exhausted. It is the fathomless ancestor of the 10,000 things. Oh, Tao blends the sharp edges with the softness of water to make room for all things to roam. Oh, Tao untangles the knots among all things to develop a whole where all things can have a home. Oh, Tao softens the light so that we can have day and night. Oh, Tao merges with the dust so that we are Tao inside and out. Oh, profound, silent, but ever present. I don't even know whose child Tao is. Oh, Tao, whence you come, whence you go. Oh, Tao, you seems to come from nowhere and go nowhere, but you're always here and there and everywhere. Oh, yes, Tao, you exist even before the emperor of all images, the dawn of time.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today I want to talk about, of course, always And Tao Te Ching Chapter number 5. Okay, chapter number 5 is about love. And of course, doing memorization of the entire thing for 10 years, I come up with the 8 principles. One of the major principles is love, unconditional love. And chapter number 5 belongs to love. And that is basically saying heaven and earth is impartial. He treats all the grass and dog the same. And as a human being, a sage, we learn from Tao that we treat keep people as free as grass and dogs. Now, heaven and earth, you see, it's empty, but it's not empty. The more you move, the more come out. And so it's keep to our center, and then, there's a center within us, and then we incorporate outside, inside together. So this is a major understanding of the Qigong. It's because it's basically we inside like bellows. The more you move, you can interpret as you breathing. The more you breathe, the more energy acquire and so on. Okay, but that's basically about love. Now, because it's in Chinese, 刍狗, so 不仁 以万物为刍狗. The interpretation is that 2 major interpretations. Now, outside, I mean, you guys, what are you reading? Who's author, normally they don't know Chinese. So what they say is impartial. It's like strawberry dog. The Sheng Ren, the sage, is ruthless. They just like a strawberry dog, a dog made of straws. After you pray, you put it on the ground, you step on it. So it's, it's cool. It's just natural. Just let it be. That is Wang Bi's interpretation. Of course, we have here interpret Wang Bi's. I use Chinese. I mean, Chinese have to write what Wang Bi said, and I interpreted the English. I cannot just say Wang Bi said this and that. No, and then I interpret it here because he's a Confucian scholar, so he interpret 不仁 in part is not benevolent. But anyway, another interpretation which I adopt is Ho San Gong. Ho San Gong says no, it's grass and dog. Heaven and earth treat everything is free, like grass and dog. So Sheng Ren, the sage, treat all the people to live. Let them to live as free as grass and dog. The freedom. Go ahead. Now in Zhuangzi, where the Wang Bi picked it from, Zhuangzi, because Zhuangzi have a dog, a strawberry dog. But if you know, that's why I read Zhuangzi for many years in order to interpret Tao Te Ching. If you don't know Zhuangzi, you don't know Tao Te Ching. So I spent 1 year, and then I realized, Zhuangzi said, like strawberry dog, but in the other part of Zhuangzi, and many chapters also said, grass and dog is that 2 separate things. So I adopt living dog, and so forth. And then at the end of the chapter, there are 4 distinguished part. The last part is concordance. I list all the words. 不仁, ren, kindness, benevolent, and also interpret preferences. So it's very important how I interpret the Ren, because only appear 4 times in the whole Tao Te Ching, 81 chapters. And then once you understand this, and then when you see through how I interpret, this is the right way of interpretation is live. Let's Sheng Ren, we let people to live freely as grass and dogs. Freedom. And then your spirit, let your spirit to free. And then to approach. But anyway, and then of course I teach Qigong. And then this Tao Te Ching is part of the spirit of Qigong. That is got the inspiration coming in. We, the head and toe, the whole body like a bellow. It's hollow but bellow. It's less exhausted. The more you move, the more come out. So it's from inside, it's moving. And now you can heaven and earth. You give light, sunlight, air, water, everything to free to the grass. See, those are grass, but the vegetables, the same grass. Animals, dogs, bees, and every animal, free. If you don't consider it's unconditional love, what you consider it is. So it's very wonderful chapter that if you learn Chinese, I hope one day you'll learn Chinese or you already learn Chinese, memorize this chapter and then you can attach to to Tao, all right? So, but anyway, and thank you very much. As Tao said, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because you're here. And then I love you from Yangshuo. So I'm going to demonstrate the last interpretation because after I've done 10 years, after I've done all the interpretation academically, there is cover every corner with 和尚公, 王弼, 庄子, cover every corner. And then finally I thought to myself, am I satisfied? No, then I rewrite the first part with the stories, with my heart and soul. So when I say, oh, heaven and earth is impartial, it's from inside. So you know I'm a Qigong student, I'm in wonders. And then, all right, and thank you very much. I'm going to demonstrate some of the Qigong. Thank you.
Chapter 5. Heaven and earth are impartial. They allow the 10,000 things to flourish freely as grass and dogs. Oh, fair for all, dogs, grass, and men all receive the same amount of sunshine. Oh, follow heaven and earth. The sage is impartial. He allows the people to live naturally as grass and dogs. Isn't the space between heaven and earth working like that of a bellows? It's empty but inexhaustible. The more it is moved, the more comes out. Oh, heaven and earth, provide free air and sunshine for all living things. If it is not unconditional love, what is it? Oh, unconditional love. The more we praise, the less we can express our gratitude. Isn't it better for us to keep to our center and practice Tao or heaven instead? Oh, let's love ourselves. Let's love others. Oh, let's love nature just as much as it loves us.
Oh, this Master Luke Che, we're talking about the Jing, chapter number 6 is one of the shortest chapters. 古神不息，是谓玄牝。玄牝之门，是谓天地之根。绵绵入群，用之不勤。It's a very simple chapter, but however, there's a lot of interpretations of it. The Shen, that's what I like here. But anyway, here is the 玄牝, the female. Is that Tao is like it never dies, or one never dies. That like the mysterious female, it gives birth to 10,000. Continue. It's nourishing. Continues to 10,000 things like the mother. Now, and again, of course, that Wang Bi and Ho Sheng Gong has a lot of different interpretations of these. And if you're Qigong teacher, master, practice Qigong or Tai Chi, then Ho Sheng Gong makes, and or you learn Chinese medicine, Ho Sheng Gong makes sense. And then, of course, and again, Ho Sheng Gong is individual who interpret it from his own background. He talked about the Shen is what the 5 spirits inside us, or the 5 internal organs, and that's the corresponding Chinese medicine, theory. and so on. That's how he interpreted it. So we just take it as it is. And then Wang Bi, of course, he is a philosophical discussion of it. But both, either right or wrong, it's just interpretation. And then my own is like spiritual being that we never die. So I feel we never die because we are Tao and part of it. And then we attach the unconditional love Tao. And then we got the power within us on and on. So Tao is the power, the force with us. And the force is spiritual. And a lot of power to it. So that's why we practice Tao, to get the energy in and then become part of the world with love, compassion. That's how I interpret it. But however, Zhuangzi have another story about it. If you have my book, 81, Zhuangzi is a story like this. One time a master said, comment when he see a skull, a dead person with a skull on the floor. He said, talk to the skull, hey, are you die of disease, or you die of hunger, or you die in a battle, or you die of and all these things, commit a crime, you die of this and that, and on, and then suddenly so at night the Tao slip the skull as a pillow, and then the skull, at night come live again in the dream. Say, master, the reason you thought I die, ask me the reason. This is a common reason people die. But again, now I'm in heaven now. I'm in another world, in this world. There's no disease. It's nothing. We have no hunger. Nothing. With heaven and earth, always is like springtime and so forth. I'm living like king here. So death is nothing for me. It's wonderful. And then the Taoist in the dream said, "Whoa! If I ask the king to resurrect you, make you alive again, will you do that?" So, the one in the dream said, "Oh no, please don't do that. I rather here in the nether world." But anyway, this is not, but indicating, life and death is the same. That's according to Zhuangzi, of course. But anyway, that's the chapter number 6 is full of energy, full of love, full of compassion. And then once we had the never dies, the very king or the very female, there's Tao within us. So that's why the reason we practice Tao, to stronger, strengthen, and then full of love, compassion. All right, so the essence of Tao: love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. It's raining outside heavily. But anyway, I finished this chapter. Thank you.
Chapter 6. The spirit of the valued son never dies. She is the mysterious mother of all things. From the door of this mysterious mother comes the root of heaven and earth. Oh, how wonderful! Like a mysterious umbilical cord, it nourishes all and all, continuous, invisible, but its love is unmistakable, effortless. Life is never meant to be helpless when the supply of love is endless.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from Yangshuo, Guilin, China. Today I want to talk about chapter 7 about Tao Te Ching. Now, chapter 7 is I categorize it into love. It's about heaven and earth and so on. Now, I memorized every single word of Tao Te Ching, 81 chapter, and then because we all connected with oneness, so one day I realized I need to classify into 8 categories, and each one is about way of life. And this is chapter 7 belong to love, because he's talking about love. And the first level of translation will be heaven and earth live long, because why? Because they don't live for themselves, therefore they live long. Now the question is now heaven and earth Tao, and then we as a human being, the Sheng Ren is the one who obtained a lot of De. That means you can be learning the same thing. So learning is learning heaven and earth to become one. So we leave behind help others, we ahead of others. We don't treasure our life that much, we end up live long. So so we looks like we are unselfish. We let people have it first, and then end up with have everything. That is the heaven and earth the same. Now you said, well, why is heaven and earth? Because other chapters say, well, heaven and earth is we are one. So what heaven and earth does is Tao, and we learn from De. De is learning from Tao is learning. So that you can see heaven and earth what give the air, beautiful clean air, clean water, and then to sunshine, to what? To me, to you, and to all the trees, mountains, and bees, flower, butterflies, everything. So if you don't call it unconditional love, what you call it? So Lao Tzu, so I put in the unconditional love. And then now in this book, this is the first level translation. And of course, if you can see it's a very thick book. So we're talking about the chapter will be 7 here, and of course then I need to find it. This is the third part. The third part is word by word translation, sentence by sentence, and paragraph by paragraph. And also, this most important is that I translate Ho Xianggong Wang Bi's translations. Never done before, but I did that. With all the Chinese on top, and then I translate it. Very deep understanding. You have to understand every single Chinese word. I mean, 古文 the old to do it. It took me for many years to do just that. Okay, so after I done that, and then so next layer is heaven and earth. This is the chapter 2. Part 2, and then so in order to understand Tao Te Ching, you have to understand Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is the student from Lao Tzu. So what is Lao Tzu? And then Zhuangzi is good for writing story. Zhuangzi is about 2,400 years old ago, okay? And then Lao Ji, the Tao Te Ching, is 2,600 years, so 200 years apart. But Zhuangzi, the first book ever in China, appeared the Lao Ji's writing. So in order, it quote Zhuangzi quote Lao Ji's in his book. So it's hand down from black and white writing until today. That's what he said. So understand Zhuangzi. And it took me many more years to understand Zhuangzi in order to write. So it ended up with many years, more than 10 years. But anyway, what Zhuangzi said, the story about heaven and earth. There's one time a student come to Zhuangzi, the master. Hey, master, I've been studying Tao for many years. When can I possess Tao or obtain Tao? The master looked at him. Hey, you not even have a body. How can you have Tao? He said, the student, I'm not even a body. So I'm nothing. And then the master looked at him. Why? You want to separate yourself from Tao. You selfish, you're one, and Tao is Tao. You separate from Tao. But if you're one with Tao, you are Tao. You can have everything. So that is the story from Zhuangzi. So it's Lao Ji saying the same thing. Heaven and earth, unconditional. He gives you clean air, clean water, and to everything. You and me, 10,000 things. One, the same. So the butterfly, bees, everything the same. So we are one. So the oneness concept is very important. So I would read the first part of the book. Now, the first part actually, I divide 4 parts. the last part is the concordance. Each single Chinese words have where they appear to each chapter. How I translate it. So very clear. I translate every word by myself. It's very clear layout. I understand where they come from. I can call you immediately where they are because it's part of my life. So every day I meditate on it and come up with different, these very particular idea, this how arrangement. I just love it. It's not something, if you don't love it, you cannot write a book like this. And then after I written all those things, academically nobody can put a hole in it because I quote Zhuangzi, Ho Shangong, Wang Biji, everything. It will be frightened you when you see the word is very thick. And then realize, I ask myself, is that enough? And then I realized, no, I need to express myself. This one is academically correct, everything, but I want to come my heart or my soul. I need to translate it. So I took another year or so just to, in the story form to express it. So at the end of it, I would express myself, how I say this, my own interpretation. And each time I said, oh, heaven and earth live long, because heaven and earth does not live for themselves, therefore they live long. So it's actually put myself, when I write it in a Qigong status, I put myself in the oneness. So the oneness. So I want you to listen to it. If you like it, come to my website. I have many other chapters like that, and it's the first time I'm talking like this. And then now remember that the Tao concept is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, Guilin, China.
Chapter 7. Heaven and earth last forever. Why do heaven and earth last forever? It is because they live for others, and so they last forever. Oh, perfect habitat! Heaven and earth provide land for man, water for fish, and sky for the birds. Oh, last forever! Heaven and earth support all living things, but they live beyond the cycle of life and death. Oh, follow heaven and earth. Hence, the sage stays behind to help others, and he ends up ahead. He lives for others and ends up living long. Isn't it because he acts unselfishly that he achieves what others want selfishly? Oh, altruistic, the sage looks beyond his own life and treats his existence as a part of the whole. Therefore, he loves life, but doesn't treasure too much of his own life, and he ends up living a long life.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we want to talk about Tao Te Ching, the category life. That's the De, how we learn heaven, earth, and how the Tao De is one of the categories. De. And then the number 8, chapter 8 is about water. So we start with that. The water. The supreme good resembles water, or the good man like water. One example is Bruce Lee. He was fighting. Very flexible. So it's never stiff but relaxed. And then when you listen to his Bruce Lee's talk, it's pretty much like Tao. And then the water now is very flexible. They soft. They can go anywhere. People cannot go. They go anywhere. It's willing to no compete along. It's very clear water, very flat, and then can reflect things. And then of course, then it does not compete. So water is beneficial to all of us, and we all need water to survive. And basically, we are water also. Now, at the chapter itself, and 和尚公王弼, that's the text, we're going through it. And of course, there's one word difference between 和尚公和王弼 is 人, so it's people or the benevolence. And like water is like people who good people, of course, give to the poor, you share. So I follow 和尚公's version. People share, the water going down, share. So, and then you can see the water is flat, and you can see the mountain there. So the reflection, when you talk, and then you reflect the true intention. So and then it's when it's always, you see, clear. It's like clear. So your mind is like water, is very clear. I mean, the supreme man or the good man, very clear. So when Bruce Lee fighting, his mind is clear, relaxing, not relaxing. So that's what his own words. And then, yeah, your mind keep cool, and then you're very relaxed. And then, of course, when water is very flexible, when it goes to the square, it becomes a square, and when it becomes a circle, becomes circles. You look at this, so it does not fight. It does not compete for. It just go around it, into it, and so thing. So of course the timing is important. Water follow the weather. If in the north the frozen, then low temperature flows. Don't go too low. And then when it's very high, it becomes steam. So it's a follow the season, really follow the temperature. And so water is wonderful. And of course, the 和尚公 explain very detailed, and then Wang Bi is more philosophical. But both of them is very important interpretation of the chapter number 8. But anyway, so we're going to the good thing is about Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is a story about water. So if you want to hear, I would say, but it's written in my book. But anyway, it's like this goes. A woman one time walked along the river and saw a big fall, waterfall down there. Water is drumming very dangerously. But suddenly she saw a man just jump into the water. She saw, oh, he's crazy or he's committing suicide. He ran over it and then saw him coming up and down, and then saw here the man walking around. He's singing. And said, oh, woman asked, hey, I thought you're a ghost, but now you're a man. Oh, you must be a Tao, Taoist. You must obtain Tao. It's wonderful. And the man said, oh, no, I just live here. I am no Tao. And I just, so what's your secret? Oh, there's no secret. When the water going up, I'm going up. When it's going down, I'm going down. And never we see, just follow the flow. And the water, the woman said, oh, is that simple? Yes, it's beautiful. It's, it's fun. Do you want to try it? The woman said, oh, no, thank you. So that's why water, the Zhuangzi said, yeah, water follow the flow. Never resist. And go around it. When you go around it, so everybody wins. So it's a win-win situation. But anyway, so but when we meditate with water, so like, you go into mountain. So between navel there, you go there deep meditation, like deep pond, a deep pond, very clear. See, this is very clear, very deep. And then you're inside, and then everything sink down, and it was supreme man samples water. So in that state, I wrote the final version of Tao Te Ching. So I'm going to read it for you. Meanwhile, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. And I love you from Yangshuo. In case you go by here, I'm teaching here now. Come to visit me. Thank you very much.
Chapter 8. The supreme good is like water. Oh, life-giving. Water benefits all things and does not compete. He cleanses those places men loathe to go. Therefore, water is almost equal to Tao. Oh, be water. The supreme man resembles water. Oh, humble. He stays at a humble position. Like water settles at the low point. Oh, quiet. His mind is calm and clear, like water in a deep, natural pond. Oh, balance. He gives to the poor, not to the rich. Like water flows from the full to the empty. Oh, true. He speaks truthfully. Like the smooth water reflects all things. Oh, fair, he governs with equality, like water surface that has the same level everywhere. Oh, flexible, he adapts quickly, like water that becomes a square while in a square, and a circle while in a circle. Oh, timely, he acts according to the natural flow of events. Like water freezes in the cold and evaporates in the heat. Oh, cooperation. He wins by cooperation, not by competition. Like water exists by serving all living things without competing against them. Therefore, the supreme man, like water, is a humble winner with no enemies. So be humble, be water, be a winner by helping others to win.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from beautiful Yangshuo, China. Today we want to Tao Te Ching Chapter 9. So it's a beautiful chapter. It's basically what it says that if you have a bucket of water, fill it not to the rim. Don't fill too much water in there. Otherwise, you spill away. So just fill enough and then carry the water. Or if a sharp knife, sharp enough, don't get the blade too sharp. It will blunt very quickly, being destroyed very quickly. And therefore, if it's too much gold, money and wealth, you cannot keep it. Too much, in a house you put too much gold, too much thing, you cannot keep because the thief will come and steal you. Okay, so enough is enough. Don't get too much. And then if you are very rich, wealth already, and if you become very proud or arrogant, and then you will be in danger. People will kill you. So all those things is that. So what's the advice? The advice was when things accomplished, you leave. you let other people leave, taking over. And so just like the sun. Heaven's way, just like the sun. When it reaches the highest point, it comes down. It's always like that. It's the highest point continues to move out of the universe. So it's always this. Reach the high point, you retreat. Reach the high point. So that is the explanation. And then Wang Bi and Ho Shang Gong. And of course, if you look at my book, 217 there, 217, and then. Actually, Wang Bi and Ho Shang Gong, very similar explanation. And then, of course, Wang Bi has a very good explanation. Is that the water, it's just like the well, the gold and the jade in the house, and then the sharp, the knife, the plain knife. It's prefer you have the power and then the wealth. And then if you too arrogant, it's just like a sharp knife. You cut it too sharp, and that's a comparison. And then both pretty similar. explanation is very plain. It's very easy. Tao Te Ching is very easy in that sense. Easy to understand because he's really give examples, and then you deduce what happened. So give us. It's not like Confucius that you should do this, you do that. No, this is the observation, daily life observation. Cut the knife, carry a butt of water. Those, and then project to your wealth, power. You can access wealth, access power. What will happen? Just like water, you spell out like the knife being blunt, and then so the advice will be, well, when you accomplish things, don't go over it. Just like the sun, when you reach high, you're going to die. So this the Tao Te Ching is very reasonable, logical in that sense. But you can see it's then as we follow Tao, the way of heaven, and then we see what we have and then what we do. But of course, based on what concept? Oneness concept. The heaven and I the same. It's not the heaven and I is different than heaven away doing something, I doing something else. So we follow the heaven way, and then what's the the purpose of God? Long life Tao. Love ourselves, love others. This is very important. So the whole 81 chapter is all around those important premises, important towards the goal here. Now, of course, Zhuangzi, I love Zhuangzi, and he has a wonderful story about what it is. So if you go to my book 162 there, so I translate Zhuangzi's story. So it's Zhuangzi Da Shen 1912. So Da Shen is the chapter, the section of Da Shen, and 12 is the lesson there. So you can trace back to Zhuangzi, the book, huge book. But anyway, what the story says, a horse trainer. So a person who trained horse to run, and he got the best horse, the fastest horse. So he showed to the king. The king, so run fast. So the king, very good. Hey, trainer, go ahead, show me, and let the horse run 50 or whatever, big circles, run. So all my ministers can see it, and then the horse run very fast, and then there's a Taoist, next to the king. I said, well, the horse won't make it. So the king said, oh, why? The king didn't say anything because he thought the horse trainer, the horse is the strongest, fattest. Why not? 50 times 100 circle, no problem. But but very soon the horse dropped dead. So the king asked the Taoist, how do you know? They said, well, the Taoist said, the horse tired. The horse is tired. So go to a limit. There's a limit for everything. So if you pass the limit, even the fastest horse, you die. So this is in the middle. Enough is enough. That's the whole concept is about a Tao that we has to be understand that we have enough and stop. And then we start again. It's start from zero again each day, and then reach a point. Enough, go. So after reach it, grateful for what we have. So this is, and then whatever we got, we're grateful, and then thankful to heaven and earth because that's the heaven's way to be grateful, and then come back again. So we can. But anyway, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you. I teach in here now. So in case you travel by, come to see me. Thank you.
Chapter 9. Oh, stop. If you hold a container and fill it to the brim, it will soon topple. If you hammer a knife to further sharpen its blade, it won't last long. Therefore, if you overstep your boundary of moderation, all your pleasures will cease to exist. Oh, excessive! If you amass a house of gold and jade, you won't be able to protect it. The thieves and robbers will steal your gold and jade even if they end up in the jail. Oh, extreme! Add arrogance to wealth and titles, and calamity will surely follow. When calamity strikes, you have no one to blame but your own extravagance. Therefore, when missions are succeeded and jobs are done, it's time for you to retreat. This is the way of heaven's Tao.
好了 this Master Luke Chen talking about the Ching Chapter 10, 10. This is one of the major chapters about oneness, about enlightenment. And so it's a few questions they ask, and can you have the body and mind together, not separate, as one? So Ying Po and Ho Sang-gong explains the body or the Shen of its essence. Yun is the spirit, and Po is the body. And then he used that to explain what's inside using Qigong, Chinese medicine, explain. And of course, Wang Bi is explained just the way it is. And then 专气既有能于因于而乎. So you breathe soft, breathing in. Keep your body soft. Can you be like a baby? I mean, like a baby, very soft. When you touch the baby, the back is just moving, the back very soft. When you touch your master, the back is also moving. Because they train going back as a baby. So we all born as a baby, very soft. But once we growing to be adult, can we return as a baby? And then the third level will be when you meditation, 的确显然. So in meditation, can you see things? 无知. When you see things, knowing that it's not real. So that, and then I said, well, when you rule the world, can you use Wu Wei, the simplicity, going back to the very simple, back to the Tao, without your egoistic way of doing things? And on the next level will be when you getting back. 天门开合能为其无. So open and close the heaven, and can you be like female, be very humble? Now this is high level. You know, when heaven and earth open, that means you'll be one with it. But can you be very humble? And of course, finally, well, it's the when you understand everything, you think you understand everything, but do you know that you don't know? Of course, that's chapter 71, and you know, knowing that we don't know. So it's very important. We, as human beings, we know everything, but you know that we don't know. So this, and then finally, and then what is Tao? So now this human, you know, the endeavor in the human experience. But now the Tao, what's Tao? Tao gave birth, and then De and nourish. Tao sheng ji, De xu ji. So Tao De, and then what's the Tao De do? 生而不有, so give birth doesn't possess you. 为而不习, so doing things without expectation, without expecting return. 宅而不宅, 讲而不宅. So let 10,000 things flourish without try to control you. Don't be a master. What's it called? Mysterious 的, 是谓玄德. So 玄德 belong to Tao territories. And then, so this is the real that is the highest level of enlightenment. And then the other thing, of 6 is step by step. You reach that, you being one with Tao, then congratulations. That will be a lifetime pursuit, going back as a baby. But anyway, love yourself, love. Before I said that, I don't forget, there's Zhuangzi, the Zhuangzi story. I always forget, I try to. But anyway, Zhuangzi, if you look at number 10, my book 104 here, the page, and it's, he said, life so short, it's like a white horse going through, you have a crack in your door, going through it. You cannot, so fast, you cannot even see very clear what's happening. So it's like, well, what does it mean? So when we are born, we're from nothing, and then here we're born. And then we start to breath the chi coming in. And then, so we go through all the breath, every day, every minute, every second. And then when we die, the breath left us, and then the spirit go with it, and the body go with it. And then our friends, loved ones, cry. And after that, going back to normal again, to everything. So that's life. So, but anyway, this enlightened being Zhuangzi saying that treasure our life. And then, of course, but it's not the end of it. It's all about chi. We all chi and the oneness. And we have never left in this sense. And okay, thank you very much. Love yourself. The essence of Tao, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of your existence and mine. So we are together. I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you.
Chapter 10. Oh man, be aware. Every step towards enlightenment has a deviation in it. Carrying body, mind, and spirit while embracing oneness. Can you avoid separation? Breathing chi intensely to keep the body soft. Can you be as soft as a baby? Meditating by washing and cleansing the inner vision. Can you be without stain? Loving the people and ruling the country. Can you do it without being clever? The opening and closing of the heaven's gates comes a pair of opposites, yin and yang. Can you keep the humble female side? Understanding and reaching all corners. Do you know that you don't know? Oh, Thou gives birth and nourishes, creates without possessing, acts without expectation, completes without controlling. This is the mysterious De of oneness. Oh, the humble one, it takes so much to be enlightened. I don't have much time. Will I ever become enlightened? Oh, man, you were enlightened the day you were born. So, what is your hurry? Be yourself.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we will talk about Tao Te Ching Chapter 11. Wu Wei. That means action, invisible action. Now, invisible action, Wu Wei, have many facets. And then chapter 11 is one of the definitions of Wu Wei. Lao Tzu, of course, he gave 3 examples. That is daily life we have to depend on Tao's Wu Wei and the action. The first example gave, during daily life, we need to transportation. The transportation, and in older days, the cart carriage. So 30 spoke we now in the hope. This the inside, the emptiness, make it useful, and so that we can travel. And then we need to eat, to daily life we eat. So the vessel, the bowl, the rice bowl. When you what is useful of a rice bowl, and then the emptiness inside of you put rice into it. So the vessels, the emptiness or the absolute vessel. And then the thing in daily life, we need a shelter, the room. So when you cut the window and cut the door and make a room, that's what emptiness is is make it useful. And there's conclusion. Now that's what we observe. Then the conclusion will be 有之以为利. So 有为, so definitely 有为. So okay, you have the bowl, you have the cart, the car, and then you have the room. 有 is what you possess is beneficial to you, to human. But when you get 有, of course, the opposite 有 is is benefit, and the opposite is detrimental. So how's it good for you, bad for the animal? Because but anyway, and then the last sentence said, okay, 无之以为用, 无之以为用, 无为. So if you look at Chinese, 无为. So definition is无为 is provide. And you cannot see the action of Tao. You just provide for the cartridge, so that you can move in, and then what you eat, and what you sleep, and this the shelter, and all those things. You just take it for granted. But that's the Wu in action. But anyway, that's the Wu Wei. It's a wonderful chapter. And what is that? If you look at Wang Bi and Hao San Gong, okay, oh God, this old 2,000 year commentary, and that's wonderful. They are pretty much the same, not much difference, except Hao San Gong, of course, he always into the human being, what is to me, and then Wang Bi will be more philosophical, saying, and that Wu Wei describe a comment on this chapter. Hey, we come to 庄子, okay? 庄子, okay? It took me many years to write it. So the 庄子, chapter 114, there is a beautiful story about Wu Wei. Is that one time a student asked his Taoist master, "Hey, master, what I'm learning useless." Oh, the master said, "Oh, I'm happy now. You understand? Useless. Okay, now I can talk to you about what's useful or useless." So he asked, "Oh, what you standing on? Is it what's useful? What you use is what you're standing on. The rest is useless to you, isn't it?" The student said, "Yeah, sure." Because what I possess is what I have here. I mean, but imagine that suddenly all around you disappear. What you're standing on is still useful? Oh, no. So the useless is very useful indeed. Oh, it's okay. So this illustrated story is just what is the useful of the useless. What you regard useless or what you take it for granted, but it's very useful. But anyway, all right, so love yourself, the essence of Tao, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. So I teach here in Yangshuo, in case you travel back, come to see me, and then I will going to, right now, recite or speak the last chapter, the last translation from my heart, my soul. All right, thank you.
Chapter 11. 30 spokes unite in the hub of the cart's wheel. It is the empty space within the hub that makes it useful. Oh, a flat tire is useless until you fill it with air. Need claim to make a vessel. It is the empty space within the vessel that makes it useful. Oh, a broken bowl is useless, for it has no space for the maze. Cut out doors and windows to make a room. It is the invisible air within the empty space of the room that makes it useful. Oh, a shattered house is useless, for it has no space. Oh, a house on the moon is useless, for it has no air. Therefore, benefit comes from what is visible, usefulness comes from what is invisible.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking Tao Te Ching Chapter 12. And this is a very simple, easy to understand chapter. It says 5 colors make you blind, 5 sounds make you deaf, and then 5 tastes make you numb your taste, and then you tracing horses tracing money 骑着的令人 your mind become crazy and then 男的做 expensive thing materialistic things make you want it, you know, make fifth out of you, so it's so that's how you interpret. But anyway, so the Taoists understand the Xingren, so they understand that so it's to keep inside, not outside, because outside is eyes, ears, mouth, and the touch, and then the mind is all outside, being attracted outside. So the sage, the Xingren, inside, to keep inside, not distracted. But of course, you know that what's outside is inside actually is one. So the Xingren, or the one who practice Tao, that you keep the center, you know, you keep the balancing of all those things, and then you're not just distracted by by what you see, and then immediately lose your own center. So this is the whole idea is don't lose your center. 5 things out there is too much attraction. But if you keep inside, and then you can true to your own self, then you'll be with Tao, and then will be you can live long life Tao. But anyway, Ho Shangong and Wang Bi have very different explanation of the chapter, and then because the last sentence 为父不为目 good. So the sage is keep to the stomach, because Wang Bi said you eat food, you keep this stomach enough, then you're not going out too much, then satisfy the stomach is most important. But Wang Bi, Ho Shangong is different, because the 5 inside the stomach, according to Chinese medicine and Qigong, of course, part of the healing method, is the 5 organs, internal organs, that each one has a spirit. So if you keep the spirit, make them happy, they're not going out everywhere. your 5 colors, your spirit go out everywhere, and then you will affect your health, affect this and that. So Ho Shangong is 2,000-year-old Qigong Grandmaster, so he explained this way style, and Wang Bi the other way. Of course, out there, if you have a little book out there, all the little books say keep to the stomach and not outside. But anyway, we don't get into that. I want to get to the Zhuangzi. It's beautiful, Zhuangzi. I love Zhuangzi's story. So if you my book, chapter 12, 170 there, and then this is a story. It's not much a story, but it's a comment. A carpenter cuts down a 100-year-old or older than 100-year-old tree. He make part of the best part of it. He make out of the waste, a vase or waste, and and then he put colors, 5 colors on the waste, and then the rest of the woods he just put it in the in the place and then write rotten. So people really love the 5-color vase or vase, really love it, admire it, and then there's a rotten wood, wasted, no good. So, but a Taoist comment, well, both are from the same tree, and you cut down the line. Now, but people love this vase, you put the color and everything there, but the nature is the same. And then it's common, human being, because you love something, you destroy a lot of lives, and so forth. By the way, this is the desire of what you see, the color, or you smell, you hear, and all those things that make people desire more things, and therefore they destroy many other things. So that's Zhuangzi. But the essence of Tao, that love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, and then come to see me sometime because I teach here now. Tao Te Ching and Qigong. Thank you.
Chapter 12. 5 colors make our eyes blind, so we can't see the simplicity of Tao. 5 sounds make our ears deaf, so we can't hear the silence of Tao. 5 flavors make our mouths dull, so we can't taste the purity of Tao. Chasing and hunting make our minds mad, so we can't be one with Tao. Precious things lead us astray, so we can't walk on the path of Tao. Too many desires make us depart from the moderation of Tao. So the sage keeps to his belly, not his eyes. Oh, the belly has a Tao ball, not an eyeball. Therefore, the sage can avoid outside distraction and retain his inner peace.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we want to talk about Tao Te Ching, about love, unconditional love, chapter 13. This is one wonderful chapter. It's a very important chapter about love. But basically what it says is that when you are promoted, you're favored, you're very on the top of the world, you fear. When you lost, you failed, and then you feel shame, you feel fear also. And then now, because when you have on top of the world, you fear other people will take it away, or you cannot take the responsibility. Too much stress, and then if you you lost it, you fail, then you fear that what comes next. So it's all fear. Now why? He explained a little later why we on this chapter 13, and then he said, well, because you're suffering. Why? Because you have a body. But if you don't have a body, tell me there, what is your fear? It's going to be now the conclusion is, but if you treasure your body too much, my body, okay, if I'm promoted, if I'm successful on top of the world, I fear because of the body fear and the mind, the body fear. And then when you get lost, you fail. And then because your body you fear, because you concentrate too much yourself. Now, if you don't have a body, what's your fear? You love everything. You are one with Tao, and then we're just part of the whole nature. And so, what's the fear? So, and then so his conclusion will be, okay, if you be a leader, if you trust, treasure yourself, thinking yourself is all important, then you cannot be trusted in the world. But if you are to love the world as if loved just part of everything, then you can be entrusted with the being a ruler. Okay. Now this is interpretation. Of course, we have to go to. Now this is a big book, So I memorize every single word, and then you can see there's two major interpretations. What in your little book there, I know a lot of people have very thin Tao Te Ching book, and when they look at it, they will say, "Wow, Master Luke Chen, or Luke Chen, Luke, whatever." You push it. No, I'm not pushing. Because it's black and white writing. So everything is black and white. If you read Chinese, exactly, that's why I have deliberately put all the Chinese there. So I'm not sleeping things under carpets. Everything is open. So interpretation, because what in your little book says, also Wang Bi's, okay? That's, I have translated all Wang Bi's and Hao Shang Gong stuff. The Wang Bi said, treasure your body, you can trust the world, love your body and trust the world, no difference. But Hao Shang Gong said, no, if you're selfish, only your body, then you cannot be trusted. But if you love with unconditional love, then you can be trusted. Now why? These two interpretations is going back to versions. And the Wang Bi's version only in the whole Tao Te Ching, 5,000 words, 800 words, 5,000 add up together. There are only a few. This is a couple words the Hao Shang Gong do have and Wang Bi doesn't have. So that makes a difference. So you have to go to my book to read the Chinese. What is missing is Wang Bi's. What is it and so forth, and then see my interpretation. Now, because all the books out there, most of them, your little book. I know this. Most of you have the little book. Yeah. Look at your little book. They have no reference, nothing. So it's just, well, that's what he said. No, you don't put words in the Laoji's mouth because you have to trace back 2,000 years, 2,600 years, what did he say along the time. And then when you trace it, you realize, Hao Shang Gong interpreted 2,000 years, but Wang Bi is 1,800, but everybody adopt his because in Confucius. But anyway, we're not getting into it. That's how I interpret it, okay? So I have everything is, have traced back to the source, right? So now here, now Hao Shang Gong Wang Bi is a must. It's a must translation. You must read. If you're serious about Tao, your little book here doesn't have it, but I do have it. And then you read it. Where did it come from? You cannot just say it. But these two, after said, so what? But now you come to another interpret source. It's Zhuangzi. Now, Zhuangzi took me many years to interpret in order to understand Tao Te Ching. Number 13, and Zhuangzi has something to say. That is the story. The story goes like this. Now, it's written in my book. So, so he said, our prime minister, one person who was a prime minister 3 times. He came 3 times, the prime minister, he lost it. Prime minister lost it. Prime minister lost it. And then, but he kept his cool. He's okay. People ask him, why can you be so cool? And then, so he said, well, it's either me important or the position of being a prime minister important. If I important, then I have nothing to do with prime minister. I'm still doesn't matter, whether I'm in the position, I lost the position. But if the position is important, and then the position important is nothing to do with me. So if I gave it, lose it, this is nothing to do with me. So that I keep my cool. But that's a Zhuangzi. It's a wonderful story. But it's very true. But because you're one with Tao, you are the Tao. It doesn't matter, And then that's the true interpretation of what's going on, okay? And then, but anyway, and after I interpret all those things, you need to drill on every word, memorize it, and then you come up with from different angles. Why is the treasure the body is not as good as the love the body? 10 chapters, every facet, look at things from different angles and come up with a conclusion. That's how I interpret. And the end of that concordance, you can see where they interpret it. So it is a huge work, huge amount of work, but I love it. I love every meaning of it. All right, so it's very important to understand this. And but anyway, please, I will demonstrate it. But again, the final for all the academic things, finish everything, every word by word, sentence by sentence, cover everything, and then I let go of everything, and then I interpret the way I interpret. So I read it, and then really put my heart and soul into it. So most of you will be fascinated when I read it, when I say, like this, in a qigong status, and then everything quiet. And then the Lao Ji's word comes out. But anyway, this one is, and I will read it after this. And then, meanwhile, I could demonstrate some Qigong if you like.
Chapter 13. Both honor and disgrace evoke fear. Regard great sufferings as real as the body. What do I mean by both honor and disgrace evoke fear? Honor and disgrace are the two sides of the same coin. Honor is high and disgrace is low. Therefore, gaining honor evokes the fear of losing it. Losing honor evokes the fear of losing more. That's why I say, both honor and disgrace evoke fear. What do I mean by regard great sufferings as real as the body? I have experienced great sufferings because I identify myself as the body. If I don't have a body, tell me then, what sufferings do I have? Oh, the humble one, can you tell me more? Oh man, if you identify yourself with the body, you can touch, see and smell the real and imaginary sufferings. Every breath you take is filled with fear. You fear of losing your honor, your wealth, and your life. Oh, be altruistic if you identify yourself with wonders of Tao. You will arrive above your narrow confines of individual concerns to the concerns of all creatures. Without an egoistic body, tell me then, what sufferings do you have? Oh, fear! Therefore, he who rules with fear of losing his own body cannot be truly trusted to care for the world. Oh, unconditional love! He who rules with love for himself and for all creatures can be truly trusted to care for the world.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking about Tao, chapter 14, 1-4. It's a wonderful chapter. It's a beautiful chapter. 视之不见，明月已；听之不闻，明月失；博之不得，明月为。其三者，不可致诘。故万而为一，其上不昧，其下不矫，其下不昧。行行兮，不可名。复归于无物，无物是谓无状之兆，无物之物是谓惚恍。影既不见其首，水既不见其后。习古之道，以喻今之有，能知古始，是谓道纪。这basically saying that Tao, you said, here 和尚讲。Okay, so you need to go to the chapter 238, the page. 和尚说 one. Tao becomes one. One because then you can grasp it. So it's basically saying that Tao, when you see it, you cannot see it. You hear, you cannot hear. You touch, you cannot touch. And so these three things come together, is become chaotic. It's fuzzy. Okay, fuzzy. But within fuzzy, there is you can see there's a shape. You can see the mountains, this shape, and then there's the matter, and then also time is xiang. I interpret time. The time running the 4 dimensions. So even you don't see it, but the Tao is 4 dimensions in our world. Coming in. So. So if we can understand this Tao, the way of Tao, we can use the way of Tao to manage our affair today. You understand how we started, then we understand Tao, the essence of Tao. Of course, the essence of Tao is everything is Tao itself, Tao itself. And then of course, 和尚公 interpret is E, so Tao becomes E, the one. So we can grasp it, we can follow it. So that's why we can see the oneness, the time and space. And the Xiang and then the Wu, I interpret as time and space, because normally in Chinese, instead of this year 2020 so far, but it's this period of time, because they all recycle. It's just the season and things like that. So so we got xiang. Xiang means the picture. So when you see the picture, so it's different pictures. It create different time flow or something like that. But anyway, that's my own interpretation. But anyway, so this is major one, is that we have to understand we are one with everything. You cannot see it and so forth. But anyway, Zhuangzi, we come to the wisdom of Zhuangzi, the story. He has a very funny story, actually, about, one or Tao make of everything. One time, a scholar come to the Taoist and then, Master, can you tell me what's Tao? Where I can find Tao? And Zhuangzi or the Taoist said, well, the Tao is everywhere. A scholar said, be more specific, please. It's in the ants, the insect ants. That low, it's in the in the grass. Even lower, it's in the brick. Oh, what? The scholar was surprised. I said, the master continued to say, it's in the shit, in the urine. Oh, no, the master, the scholar is so polite person. He said, oh, so he ran away. But that's true. That's what the Tao said. It's everything. Urine and the ant, the animal, the plants, everything is Tao. But love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because here, I love you from Yangshuo. Come to see me if you're touring around this city. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Chapter 14. Look, it is in front of your eyes, but you don't see it. Oh, invisible, that is time. Listen, it's next to your ears, but you don't hear it. Oh, silence, that is space. Touch is in your hands, but you don't feel it. Oh, formless, that's energy matter. Yes, these three things elude your 5 senses, but they cannot escape your intuitive mind. Therefore, space, time, and energy blend into one and can only be perceived as oneness. Oh, oneness is a perfect harmony. The above is not bright and the below is not dark, but a continuous whole beyond description. It comes from nothingness, and again it returns to the nothingness of Tao. Oh, from the elusive Tao comes space. Space is intangible, but it fills all forms of different sizes and shapes. Oh, from the evasive Tao comes time. Time is invisible, but it gives rise to visible images of ever-changing seasons. Oh, wonders is so vast, so far, it is boundless. Stand before it, and there's no beginning. Follow it, and there's no end. But you can grasp the way of Tao of the old and manage affairs of the new. Oh, know that oneness is the past, future, and now. To live in the present, launch yourself on every wave. Find your eternity in every breath. This is the essence of Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chan talking about Tao Te Ching and the silence of the chapter 15, 1-5. And this chapter is talk about enlightenment of a Taoist, and it's very difficult to describe what is action, what's inside the inner world. So he just used a different description, what's going on, and just happened that, and those description is very similar to a Tai Chi grandmaster. So it's the first is walking, on a river, crossing a winter river. So like you're stepping on thin ice. So can't walk. Tai Chi, you'll have can't walk. Very careful every step. And then the second, like you listen as if all the neighbors listening, seeing you. So then in Tai Chi, you are aware of all the surrounding you. They might attack you. So you're very calm, but you hear all around you. And then so you're so relaxed, like the eyes are ready to melt. And to melt, so your whole body melt down, and then you are you're so open. So your mind, so when you push and pull, so your mind is open, like the valley, it's far, and then your body is so strict, like the uncut block of wood. Like very straight, very like the wood, very straight. So and then you start to like muddy water. So you commingle like. So you start the breath start to breathe. So everything calm. So you're breathing out, and you're breathing in. So the muddy water becomes so calm. Going down, and then you breathe without stirring out the dirt. You breathe out, you breathe in. So you obtain life through when you breathe out slowly, and you're breathing in without stirring the muddy water. So it's really a description of Tai Chi grandmaster of the chapter 15. Of course, chapter 15 is more than Tai Chi or Qigong. You have many applications. And either way, the word is quiet. And the whole chapter 15 is all quietness. Going through it, when you're quiet, then you can keep your long life down, and instead of moving too fast to rush. So this one, chapter 15, belongs to silence the category. But anyway, Wang Bi and Ho San Kong, they have a similar, very similar description. And of course, Ho San Kong is more into Qigong and more into inner. And Wang Bi is less than that. So but he's a very brilliant. Commentator. So you need to read my book 2, 4, 3, and then the Chinese, and then what they say, and the Chinese translations. Now we come to 15, and then 庄子 125 in my book 庄子. Zhuangzi have a long story, but it's a well-known story in China. One time Zhuangzi in a walnut garden inside, and he observed a yellow bird. A bird. Actually, he want to, shoot the bird, and then so suddenly he stopped because the bird is focused on something, and he look at it. It's mantis, mantis. It's the type of insect. And then look at the mantis. What happened to mantis? And then you look at the locust. The mantis, you want to eat the locust. So it's a chain reaction, And then and suddenly, and I said, and Zhuangzi said, one after another. So he put down his sling and threw down sling, and he observed, I tried to get a bird tried to get a mantis tried to get the locust. And then he wanted to leave, and suddenly the gardener traced him out. And then suddenly the gardener wasn't allowed Zhuangzi. And then, so when Zhuangzi went home, and then he was not happy. And his students said, Zhuangzi, why are you not happy? Zhuangzi said, and I lost myself. And he said, when I'm in the muddy water too long, and I forgot how the clear water looks like. And the student asked, what do you mean, master? He said, in this oneness world, and then all the creatures, including myself, the birds and mantis and the locusts, we all one. And then if my mind is clear and I see every creature has its own place in this big oneness, but I lost it. I was in muddy water, and I too concentrated observing others the benefit. I lost. Actually, I'm one of them so far. So that's why he said, I'm not happy about this. But anyway, Zhuangzi, this is a great story. But anyway, however, what we learn, whatever we can about Tao and the lessons of Tao, of course, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, Guilin, China. Thank you.
Chapter 15. Like so many masters before him, he who has obtained Tao is mysteriously wonderful and subtly profound. The depth of his wisdom is immeasurable. Yes, immeasurable. So we can only get a glimpse of his inner world through his appearance and actions. Cautious, he takes one step at a time, as if crossing a winter stream. Silent, he keeps quiet, as if vigilant of the surrounding neighbors listening. Peace, he refrains from being aggressive, as if being a guest instead of a host. Soft, he remains soft and yielding, like ice about to melt. Moderate, he lives simply and honestly, like a block of uncarved wood. Altruistic, he loves all living creatures with an open heart, likened to a value nourishing all plants and animals. Humble, he lives as one of the common people in the world, likened to dust in a muddy pool. Who can keep the mind quiet and clear amidst the commotions of daily life? Who can remain soft and quiet to allow the body to move naturally and breathe gently to achieve longevity? Oh, the master who has obtained Tao can. The master doesn't seek fulfillment on a grand scale, but only seeks the brief stillness in between breaths. Oh, yes, stillness in motion is the secret of long life. Like a swimmer having a brief rest in between strokes, like a pendulum having a timeless moment in between swings. Oh, the master gives himself a rest in between breaths. It is his moment of eternity. Therefore, the old master is just like an old grandfather clock, keeps on ticking without fanfare and without the danger of being replaced.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 16, 1-6. This wonderful chapter, this is wonderful chapter about enlightenment. If you practice Qigong and Tai Chi, this is a master chapter. And then when you reach the emptiest space and then the deepest silence, that's what happened. That's what you see. 10,000 things return to the roots. And then from the roots, and then life start again to become 10,000 things and go on like this. So it's when you do Tai Chi Qigong, it's the breath. When you breathing out, you stop. Breathing in, you stop. In that space, there's no movement. Just like the pendulum, you move up and down. So when you move, when you're going down in that moment, there's no time or space. It's just right there. And this moment, and that's everything return. 10,000 things has to return that space and then coming back again. Now, in this space, we call quietness. And then from that quietness, that become life again. And that moment, if you understand it, and this whole circle is constant. In other words, it's always like that. If you understand this, the unchanging law of oneness, then you understand you're enlightened. If you don't understand this, you will do very reckless work, and that means you kill people, then you kill yourself. If you and if you don't understand, we are all one. That's what many things you can do bad things, but if you understand we are one, you are more tolerant all 10,000 things, tolerant because we are all together. And then when you're more tolerant, and then you have more judgment. Fairness and fairness. Now you're fit to be a king. When you're fit to be king, you are closing to long life Tao. Long life Tao now is a whole life is without danger. So everybody live at peace in peace. And then now this is wonderful description of the oneness, but in action. Meditation in action. Now, of course, we all know that we all born enlightened. I mean, the chapter 55. So when we're born, we are cosmic. So it's not that. Then we just want to return to the state, and this one is calling. That is the state is more in action, meditation. That's what we see, and that's what we. Of course, it's not just for Qigong and Tai Chi and so forth, but in the people doing many other arts, they experience the same thing. That's why Tao Te Ching and a lot of gurus and people love Tao Te Ching because they talk about their experience. Again, now, Wang Bi 好像讲 will be the versions are quite similar, and then you can read it. But anyway, 庄子, if you look my book 128, 庄子is a wonderful story. Wonderful story, and he said. It's wonderful story. You know, one day Zhuangzi was meditating and the student said, "Look at Zhuangzi is very different this time. Meditate." And then when Zhuangzi woke up in his meditation, and the student asked, "Hey, Master, you're very different. Meditate, looks like you lean on different things. He said, oh, I'm glad you observe me, my student. I lost myself today. So, what is you lost yourself today? Master said, let me ask you, have you heard of the flutes? The musical instrument. I said, yeah. And then have you heard of the earth sound? Yes. But have you heard of heaven sound? Oh, what's that? So please explain. So, okay, the flute is man-made, so you can listen to your body, your ears. And then the earth sound is when the wind blowing through the forest, and then all the holes create different sounds and different sounds. Then you can listen with your mind. But now, when the heaven sound comes, silence. So, ask you, where all those sounds come from? There's heaven sound from silence. From silence, every sound moves. So when I'm in that space, the emptiness, and then I realize everything is the same. I got lost in that space, and then this heaven sound. But anyway, this is wonderful story. And so the essence of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, China. Thank you very much.
Chapter 16. Oh, here I just sit, breathing softly and quietly, emptying myself of all thoughts. Somehow my body disappears. Oh, as I meditate deeper, my mind becomes absolutely still. Somehow it too disappears. Here I am, one with all and all with one. Hereby I witness the wonder of creation. All the 10,000 things are interconnected, rising and falling simultaneously. Oh, all things grow and flourish and then return to the root. Oh, the root, the source, the oneness of Tao. Returning to the root is returning to stillness. From stillness, life returns again. Returning to life is the unchanging oneness of Tao. All creatures return to oneness, and from oneness, all return to life in different shapes and forms. Oh, summer, all trees and plants grow luxuriously. Oh, winter, leaves and flowers all fall back to their roots. Yes, life and death is a cycle. Yes, this cycle may take a lifetime or just one breath. Breathe out, return to oneness of stillness. Breathe in, return to life. Yes, oneness is the true reality of all things. Therefore, knowing oneness is enlightenment. Oh, enlightenment! He who knows that he is a part of the whole, a part or limited in space and time. Oh, confusion! He who experiences himself as something separate from the rest of the universe. Therefore, knowing oneness leads to tolerance. Yes, tolerance. See yourself in others. Tolerance leads to impartiality. Yes, impartiality. All men are created equal, no more or no less, but a part of the whole. Impartiality leads to lordship. Yes, lordship. To love the people by ruling a country in accordance with wonders brings peace. Lordship leads to heaven. Yes, heaven. Universal love for all creatures under heaven. Heaven leads to Tao. Yes, Tao. Natural long life Tao for all living creatures. Oh, sit still, be quiet, and empty yourself.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from Yangshuo, and talk with Tao Te Ching Chapter 17. It's a beautiful chapter. It starts with, the best ruler, Tai Xiang, the best ruler, supreme ruler, and the people barely knows him. He's a ruler, but he still control us. And then the second layer, the best will be, people worship. Oh, you're very good. The next layer, the next level will be fear. Okay, the ruler rule with iron fist. Fear. So people afraid. You make a mistake, you chop your head off. and the lowest level is people. People don't look down upon the ruler. The ruler useless. So we just disregard him. But anyway, as it's a ruler. If you want to speak, very careful, because if you speak too much, there's no trust. There's no broken promises. It's very important for the supreme leader don't speak too much, but they act. They do the why they act. And then at the end is peace and people process. And then everybody said, "Oh, whoa!" The people said, "Whoa, we are this natural. It's supposed to be this way. It's supposed to be supposed to be the way they're supposed to prosperous." And then they without knowing that this the supreme leader is invisible happening. And this what we call the Tao, so the Tao ruler, and on that, okay. So chapter 17, and then of course it's Wang Lin, Wang Bi, and Ho Xiangong. So if you have my book, it's 251 there, and you look at it, and only one word difference. I mean, Wang Bi's version and Ho Xiangong's version. Ho Xiangong's Yo actually in the pinyin the same, but however the character looks right differently. One is more careful, the other one is it's it's not just the way it is. So but anyway, I translate both, and then it's pretty much easy to understand concept, easy to understand chapter. And now we come to of course, and then my favorite, Zhuangzi. So if you look at my book 115 there, so we talk about Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi's story. So Zhuangzi's story. It says like this. So if you want to hear it, Zhuangzi said, well, if you good in making belt, your belt, fits good, you forget it. You don't know that you have a belt. Huh? And then if you are good in your shoes fit so well, you forget your shoes. And now the the person who had with love, no bias, so he is comfortable with different opinions. So different people, he can fit right in. And then if you're good in Tao, then you go into the world. The world, everything changes. The principle of Tao doesn't change. But if you keep that, then when you ever-changing world, in the people, you commingle with people, you forget that you are the Taoist because you adapt, you love people. And so now, of course, the more practical one, if you need a carpenter can draw a circle, it becomes a circle. A square becomes a square. Now, why? Because the body and mind, he forgot. And he become the square, he become the circle. Okay? Because Zhuangzi is high level. He always talk about spirit. I mean, not just the mind and body. The mind sometimes is a blockage towards your to reach high level. So when you reach any, it might be anything, you're a bell maker or a shoemaker or a carpenter, anything. Then when you reach high level, then you become the Wu Wei. But anyway, love yourself, love others, love nature. I love you. And from Yangshuo, come to see me sometime. I teach Tao Te Ching here now. Thank you.
Chapter 17. The best ruler is barely known by his people. Oh, when the bell fits, one forgets the waist. Oh, when the shoes fit, one forgets the feet. The next best ruler is one whom people love and praise. Oh, love turns to hate, praise turns to hackles. The next best ruler is one whom people fear. Oh, fear, he who kills without a kill. Oh, fear, he who hacks with an axe. The worst ruler is one whom people despise. Oh, despise, he who sets up laws against the natural law. Oh, distrust, he who does not trust others will not be trusted. Oh, yes, the best ruler speaks little and does little. When the job is done, he stays away from the claim. Naturally, the people say, "We did it." Oh, yes, the invisible ruler does little. A little push at the right time can make a swing fly high. A little action in the beginning saves a lot of work in the end. That is the invisible action way. That's the way of Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking Tao Te Ching 18 today, 1-8. It's a very short chapter, 26 Chinese characters, but it contains great wisdom. Basically, we're saying when the Greek Tao is not used, and I mean the emperor not using the Tao, the way of life, that then there will be Ren Yi, the benevolent, those Confucius, taking over. So because the Tao is Greek Tao means let people be free, go back to natural. But now Ren Yi, of course, that benevolent, kindness, and righteousness, and this man-made. I mean, that's the thing. So if you're not using the natural way of Tao, then you have to come up with something. So this Ren Yi, and then said, if you're not using 大道废有仁义，智慧出有大为. So then if that's the people become clever, and clever, and then wisdom come out, and then there will be the big hypocrites. So at first, some of us, some of you, or some of us that old enough to understand when first the computer came out, and the internet, I thought, whoa, be wonderful, you know, and then, you know, to do a lot of things. And suddenly there's many viruses. And then I said, why, come on, those people cut out viruses and all those people are very intelligent. And I said, why they do that? Well, you know, maybe, I don't know, but anyway, because there's wisdom, there's another part come out for good or for bad. Now I said, oh, this is so true. So, 智慧出有大为，六亲不恶有好亲. So the 6 relationships, you know, father, you know, son, and then the husband, wife, and then the siblings, and so forth. And then the 6 religions, you know. 不好 it's not argument. Why? Because maybe because the 大道废, so the 大道 is not using. So this, so now the people fighting each other because the desire going to be, and then 有效期. So this come into a pioneer, piety, you know, filial piety. So they you should respect, love your father, and then love your children, and love them. So this rules is set up because now you're all losing. Right? You must rules to bind people together, and 国家纷乱. The last sentence was and this chaos in the country because of course because the big Tao is not there, it's chaos, and then they suddenly come up with heroes, the royal minister, the heroes come up because now so of course if there's no if at peace there's no hero because we rise from the chaos. That's the royal minister or the heroes. They save the world. Why you need to save? Because the world is already saved. There's no hero. So he said, well, this is very simple, story containing a lot of truth in it. But of course, then we look at the Wang Bi and Hao Xiang Gong, and this one is pretty much no-brainer because it's pretty easy to observe. And of course, but from here, one thing I want to mention, because Wang Bi, he's very intelligent. I mean, he was a young man when he died, 23 years old or something. But he written Tao Te Ching commentary and also I Ching, so it's very difficult to understand. But what he was able to do that, I can imagine he can, once he reads something, he forever remember, and then he can digest it. So from this chapter 18, he quotes Zhuangzi's story into that. And then, whoa, and then that's why he inspired me so much that I need to stick into Zhuangzi, the understand Laozi, okay? Now, talking about Zhuangzi here, that's what Wang Bi quote is the story. So if you have my book, this will be 166, that's the page there. The story is like this. It's a quote from Wang Bi, of course, it's Zhuangzi's story. So Zhuangzi said, well, one time the land become dry, you know, almost dry and so forth, dry. And all the fish, you know, live there. The fish, no water, what can they do? So they love each other, have to deliver the water, you know, to give to the other fish, to each other, you get the water, saliva, so that keep the other fish alive. So they do that among themselves, and we show the love, comparison with each other, and then and all of them so you know, so together and then survive and so on. And then one of the fish said, "Oh, you know, I'm so happy. We are so grateful that we live in such a beautiful, loving community." So on. And then fish of Taoists too. One of the Taoists, I rather free, not loving each other in the river. I rather, you know, the old days, you know, if you have what do you mean? But if you have in the river, you don't care each other. You just free yourself. But now because you don't have water, you come together. Then you care each other. You still slaughter each other, keep them alive because. They're just like Tao is the great Tao is not there. The water is not there, so you should love each other. But anyway, this a great story. It's a very vivid, very beautiful story from Zhuangzi. All right, the essence of now: love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. Why? Because we are one. Tao, you with Tao, I with Tao, we actually one together. So you exist, I exist. So and thank you for that. And then I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you.
Chapter 18. When the great Tao is not used, feudal rules of benevolence and righteousness are employed. When cleverness appears, great hypocrisy follows. When the 6 family relations are in discord, filial piety and parental kindness arise. When a country is in turmoil, loyal ministers appear. Oh, when the world is ruled without, the people are simple and honest. No feudal rules are needed when people are happy. Oh, give people freedom, not feudal system.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chan talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 19, 1-9. This chapter is a beautiful chapter, and then because it talk about Ren Yi, and so it's what's the tenets of the Confucius school. But anyway, at the beginning it said, well, if you abandon the wisdom and then the sage sagacity, 决胜气质名利百倍增, people will benefit 100-fold. If you abandon the benevolence and righteousness, people return to loving each other naturally. So all those things that 技巧诀巧气力, so you don't have to benefit, you don't entice people, then people go back to the there's no thief, no robber. So that's that what's going on? I said, well, and then I said, well, because those are natural, those are just man-made, just the regulation. So if there's a big Tao is there, then we don't need all those things. And so basically, we don't need all those, the honor, that's the extra things if we have the great Tao there. And then because these 3 things should be human being. I mean, how you rule the people should be see ordinary, embrace simplicity, and then less selfishness and feel desires. That's how we're supposed to live, not with create new desire, this sarcastic new desire, I want to be sage, I want to be that, this new less desire, kindness, benevolence, righteousness. Oh, I want to do this, don't do that. No, you just no. This is desire and this selfishness. Be all you want to be. Oh, better than our person, but less than that. So you don't have those things happen, and then a benefit, a profit, and those gain. Okay, so embrace. See ordinary is the tree is beautiful. You don't need to be cut it down and then you make a big mess. See ordinary and embrace simplicity so that you don't have to become a robber in faith because we live all simply. So it's basically we're saying that we go back to Tao, one with the Tao and so on. Now, and then because of that, 好像講王弼，那王弼 because he's a Confucius scholar. So when you read that, that's a problem because sounds like Tao is attacking Confucius, but it's just speaking. Give reasons. It's not here. No. Give reasons that and give you why the difference will become simplicity. But Wang Bi said, well, he's not actually. Lao Tzu doesn't say that we have to abandon this or eliminate that. This is only the words, limitation of words. His true intention that if we are not using those benevolent and so forth, in the light of simplicity, then we eliminate them. So it's going backwards. So if you have simplicity and less desire, fewer desire, then you don't need all those sagacity or wisdom and all those things. But so do you understand? So if you have this, you don't have that. But he said, Wang Bi said, well, if we have all those under this condition, if we have the sage and the benefit, everything, and there won't happen those bad things follow. But anyway, you need to read my books to understand. I can not explain just a few words here. So, because Wang Bi has explained that he loved Lao Tzu, but he cannot offend his administration because he's official. So he's in a barn, really. But all the Confucius, people don't buy it. I mean, it's obvious. People can see through what he wrote. But anyway, just a backstory. The page 167 from Zhuangzi. I love Zhuangzi stories. So so he talking to Zhuangzi, use a story distinguish Taoist and Confucius. So one time, a Taoist visited the emperor. Emperor, how are you? So emperor, so emperor said, "Oh, you Taoist, in my country, I have many Confucian scholars. Very few of you Taoists." And then the Taoist said, "Oh, okay. I heard that. I heard that people wear a round head, understand the heaven rule, and then wear a square shoes, understand the earth, and wear a color J in the belt. They can have a willpower, and then just they're everywhere. Look at said the emperor. See my kingdom. All those people wearing all those things, and they're all Confucius scholars." So the Tao said, "Well, let's do this." And I there's not too many of those people. Actually, it's Confucius. And if you don't believe me, just make an order. If people don't know heaven's way, don't know the earth way, don't have the willpower, if they put on this clothes, and then you're going to kill them. Just put a proclamation there, saying that. And then the emperor said, "Okay, I'll try." So he put up the poster, said, "If you are not actually match your skill with what you wear, and then you'll be executed." And then after a few days, immediately there's nobody wear anything except one old man. He said the Tao said, "Hey, your country is only one Confucius or Confucian." So you know the story. It's the hypocrites. A lot of people. But anyway, so that's the two school in go down the history. For 1,000 years, that two schools. One is Taoist, one is Confucius. that we all live together harmoniously. But however, sometimes because different ideas and so forth, and so this chapter 19 is about compare. But anyway, the Tao, true Tao, is from inside and outside together. Go back to see the ordinary, the beauty in the ordinary, and the simplicity, the beauty and the wonder in simplicity. So that's why we are very satisfied enough, and then we see things very differently. And but anyway, that's the essence of our love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you.
Chapter 19. Eliminate sagacity, abandon cleverness. Let the people benefit 100-fold. Oh, what is sagacity but a name for people to compete for? Oh, what is cleverness but a presumption of knowledge by the learned? Eliminate benevolence, abandon righteousness. Let the people return to natural piety and kindness. Oh, what is benevolence but a feudal name for selfish love? Oh, what is righteousness but a feudal name for egoistic justice? Eliminate craftiness, abandon profiteering. Let there be no robbers and thieves. Oh, what is craftiness but playing tricks on each other? Oh, what is profiteering but fleecing each other for profit? These three things are eliminated and abandoned because they are not natural but artificial words of man. Therefore, let the people return to their natural state. See the beauty in every ordinary thing. Embrace simplicity in every action. Lessen selfishness to live altruistically. Reduce desires to live in moderation.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chan. Today we want to talk about chapter 20. It's about life. This chapter is one of the longest, the second longest. Because it's long, then it's long. But basically, it is description of a Taoist, a wandering Taoist. A Taoist is when he obtain a lot of and then he become like children. What's a child? Then is a newborn child that children that is one with the cosmic, one with everything. So wherever he goes, he treats his home. Wherever you go, his home. And then all the materialistic thing, he is the materialistic thing. So we want, so you don't need to possess them. So he don't need to possess. Why? Of course, common people all want more, want more. This, but as a enlightened Taoist, he does well because he's one, so he don't need it. And of course, he looks like he's very stupid, but it's very. But what he does is very appropriate. Doing Wu Wei is very so like the wisdom disguised in foolishness. And it's the wonderful way of expression. and of course, he is tapped in the cosmic, and then what he does is according to flow or events, and then he sends things, but it's not understood by the people who is really into profit, really into fear, really into anything else. But anyway, this chapter, Wang Bi and Hou Shangong pretty close. But the first 4 words is called 绝学无忧. Stop learning and you have no worry. And of course, this learning, learning a bad thing. However, some modern scholar, they said, well, these 4 things supposed to belong to chapter 19, and they changed the text. And then my argument is, hey, it's supposed to belong to 20, depending on how you interpret it. And that is, if every generation, every scholar, I'm the scholar, I'm a professor, and I'm writing this book, I have the authority. I said, English, he said, well, you know what, bullshit. Because if every generation changes a word here or move a word here, and then think about it, after 2,600 years till now, it's 216 years down. So if everybody's teaching a word, then nothing left. So we respect for the tradition. We should everything put down. If you want to have the say, you just say, well, this is the text. This is how I interpret it. So this responsibility is not. So I put everything there, have a trace back to whatever source. Okay. And then another thing which I sometimes in English words piss me off. Sorry. So some so-called scholars, they do nothing except they don't practice Tao. They don't live Tao. They only say, well, study as as a subject. And then what happened then? I said, well, so some translators who have no business in translating Chinese. When you said translate, so you have to know Chinese, translate English. But however, somehow, it's all translation. But some of them say, well, now this book is, it's more than one person, many persons. Why? Because you fit in this dynasty, this rhyming here and there. So it's this rhyming of 2 words in chapter 20. It's about, as open as the sea and then flying in the sky. And these 2 is what's supposed to 15. And then all those is belong to what dynasty and so forth. And then it cannot be one person. Then I just said that bullshit. Because first of all, if you not know Chinese, you shut up. And then even if you know Chinese, are you practicing? So you have no tradition. If you say this, you have no respect. If you memorize every single word of the Tao Te Ching, and then you call into cosmic, and then you have the feeling for every single word, every characters, and then you are not saying this and that, because Lao Ji historically, that is, we don't know who it is, but it is something that is the essence of the wisdom and so on. It's the whole philosophy. We cannot discount anything. You can throw doubt in anything, all right? So you can throw doubt in any book, anything, because its origin is not, well, I have the copyright on that, not like that. So please, those people should, from now on, should respect Tao and then learn it, and then from there you tap into cosmic, and then you change, whatever. So that's what it is saying nowadays. But anyway, but the whole thing is really, this chapter is telling the soul of the people, and if you really practicing Tao, you really like this chapter because it's talking about you. However, okay, that's too much shouting and yelling. Now, of course, then we go to Zhuangzi. So Zhuangzi is a very interesting story about that. Of course, because remember, we're talking about life in this, category. And then Zhuangzi said, well, one time, so if a boat on the river, you have a boat there, and then suddenly an empty boat came to you, and then you're not angry because you have the bowl, so you just take care of the bowl, not strike you. And then, but if a little child on the bowl, and then you try to help him, and then not angry at all. But he's a man on the boat. So, oh, you stop. Oh, you do this. You fight. So as a being Taoist, you'll be very humble. You're like children. So you can go anywhere, and you're welcome, and people help you out. And then, of course, you'll be humble and helping others, and then become a leader or some sort, and then you all commingle together. So, and this chapter, even though you are not, it's not that you are going anywhere as your home, and that's like, bam, you don't know nothing. No, not like that. That means even though you're high position, you still be behaving like anywhere, your home, everybody your friend, and then you're one of the things. So this is a very important understanding of this chapter. But anyway, and again, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. If you're traveling around, please come to see me, and then because I'm teaching here. And then now I'm going to read the last interpretation of the chapter 20. Thank you. Thank you.
Chapter 20. Oh, be natural. Stop learning to discriminate others. Put an end to your worries. Is there a real difference between yes and no if the word yes can mean no and the word no can mean yes? Is there an unbiased definition of good and evil if the word good can mean evil and the word evil can mean good from different viewpoints? Oh, egoistic ruler, people are afraid of your prejudice, for you can kill in the name of justice. Oh, world, this kind of discrimination seems to have no end. People are busy making merry by feasting on animals, climbing high places during the springtime. But I am alone drifting, showing no sentiment. Like a newborn baby before he learns to smile, like a wanderer without a place to go. But I am not alone, for I am at home wherever I go. Everyone tries to accumulate wealth, only I seem to give away what I have. Oh, foolish, so they say. But how do they know that my foolishness is not my wisdom in disguise? Others are bright, while I seem stupid. Others are sharp, while I am dull. But how do I let them know that my heart has a love capacity as wide as the ocean? My spirit flies so high that it fills up the endless sky. People are striving for progress while I, like a foolish old farmer, stubbornly hang on to nature. Yet only I know that I am different from others, for I am one with Mother Tao. Oh, love life, like that of a newborn baby. Oh, love others with the heart of the foolish old man. Oh, love nature with the stubbornness of the old farmer. Oh, love natural long life Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking about Tao Te Ching chapter 21 is one of the major chapters about Tao. 孔德之勇，为道是从。 道即为物，为法为乎？呼吸仿吸，其中有相；仿吸呼吸，其中有物。杳是明兮，其中有精；其精甚真，其中有信。自古至今，其名不去，一月众夫，吾何其众夫之言在于此。So basically, so that if you're doing qigong, listen, guys, you do qigong or tai chi, jing qi shen. Jing, the life energy or the sexual energy, Jing is from here. That first appear in Tao Te Ching. That is recorded, of course, in black and white writing. Jing, 其中有精. So that's what the chapter is saying. That we as the Tao follower, try to learn Tao. You can be 孔德, the big 德, you learn a lot of 德, virtuous 德, and then everything you do is Tao, because everything Tao. Now, of course, Tao is what? Tao is what's Tao then? It is fuzzy concept. It's within matter, and then looks like it's time. It's time and matter. So this is another chapter, top 14 and 21. They together talk about space and time, and then Yangshuo means it's because every matter have Jing into life energy. Now, because the now that's another part of it. So from the past until now, it's a time we can the things does not appear. All things do not disappear; they're still here. So we know the beginning of things. So in modern times, when you see the sun, the earth and sun there, when the time when you arrive, the sun arrived, the earth already about 5 minutes, little more than 5 minutes old. So it's in the past already. So look further, it's further, the beginning of the universe, everything. So it is from the past, new, now, because at the end of the universe, it's still Tao, everything Tao. So Tao begat one, so we can see it. So that's a modern interpretation. And of course, that's Maoji, we all believe it for 2,600 years. So every generation, there's grandmasters, and then they understand the deep meditation. They see that we are one and see the past. But actually, past now is the same. But anyway, that's the now Wang Bi Ho Xiang Gong and pretty much the of course Wang Ho Xiang Gong is from the Qigong way of explaining this chapter, and Wang Bi with the scholar explanation. But there's no just this one is a major chapter. That's why Tao Te Ching is philosophy, because philosophy, the good philosophy has to explain where we come from, where we're going. But apparently say, well, we are not going anywhere. We will start from here, we end up here. That's what we are we are the power of the 10,000 things. You see the thing. So that is, you can find the answer from here. Go no further. But here, you find where we come from, where we're going. It's right here. Now, so if you look at the 79, that is the 庄子 Tao. Now, actually, I call 庄子. Actually, the story is supposed to be, in the book, it's the 14 and 21. That's the two 庄子, the story. But anyway, here the 庄子 and story. You want to hear? So 庄子 said, the three things, he said, well, Master, how do I reach Tao? He said, well, you cannot reach it through the ear. Hear it, you cannot listen because the hearing limited to the sound. You cannot use the mind to hear Tao because limited to what's inside of you. But you have to listen to Tao with your qi. Now, of course, Zhuangzi used the word qi. So the qigong practice, qigong, qi, so qi. So when you're in qi, that qi is nothing, emptiness. And then you reach the territory. So Tao enter into the emptiness. And then that means the body, mind, spirit is one. It's oneness. And then from there, that you really into Tao. And then now you become Tao. Then once you use Qi means you become Qi, Master Qi, then you are Tao. But anyway, that's from Zhuangzi. And of course, the essence of Tao is love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. And I love you from Yangshuo. And thank you very much. And I teach Tao Te Ching here in case you want to learn Chinese and learn Tao. And around here touring, come to see me. Thank you.
Chapter 21. The De of oneness is to follow Tao and Tao alone. Tao creates all things, and yet it stays elusively invisible and evasively intangible. Oh, time! From the elusive Tao comes time. Time is invisible, but it gives rise to visible images of time passing. See the sunrise and sunset? Flowers bloom and flowers fade. Oh, space! From the evasive Tao, space comes. Space is intangible, but it gives rise to tangible things of different sizes and shapes. Where does the tangible thing come from in the first place? Oh, Jing, somewhere dim and dark, deep into space and time, there is something. Is Jing the essence, the energy matter of all that is? So, from the incomprehensive Tao comes Jing. It's real, it's true, and is self-evident. From the dawn of time, all things are recorded in the wonders of space, time, and Jing. Therefore, the book of life can be read here and now. How do I know the ways of creation? Because I follow Tao and have obtained the De of oneness.
Hello, this is Master Lieutenant talking about Tao Te Ching 22. It's a wonderful chapter actually about oneness. And so when you preserve. You know, that's the first sentence. That if you learn Qigong or Tai Chi, you know that you must you in order to preserve. You is not running away, but you are. And then when you are bent, and then you can be strict. But looks like bent, but you're strict. This this opposite pair, but it is. And then of course when you dip, and is battery, then it can be filled up. If you fill up, you cannot fill up again. It's spell. So must be let it have something contain that so you can fill up. So empty and now it's fullness. It's just a pair. And cause so you become old and then replace. So all we just like our cells in the body, that's why we replace it every 100 days or so. Replace from the new. So our idea is because Tao is oneness. From old to new, but that is one. And of course, when you have little, then more. So and then but you have too much. Then you're confused. So this then if this opposite yin and yang pair, so what will you Sheng Ren, I mean the Tao who practice Tao, what to do? Embrace one as the motto, oneness. Knowing empty and fullness is the same, so you embrace some grateful for what you have. So now because of that, so why come we have cannot do that, embrace oneness, because we have a gang of four things, our desire. The first, if you only see what you see, you're not enlightened. Therefore, if you see the whole, then you get enlightened. So that's the pretty much the opposite to 24. Chapter 20 or 22 actually talking about the same thing. Now, if you're not only seeing what you see, but you're seeing the whole as the Tao, oneness, appreciate others, and then you get enlightened because you're one. And then, of course, what you correct. So you not always say you're correct. Then then people praise you. Then people with you, cooperate with you. And then the third, of course, the gang of four. The third is, well, if you are not claiming for credit, you always you want to have credit. Contentious, you want it so that you claim all the credit to yourself. Then now, if you don't do that, then you have all the merit, and then people, then people remember you because now you have done good deeds, and but you don't claim it. But because you don't claim it, you have it. See, the opposite yin yang. And then the fourth, of course, if you are not 不计经, if you're not proud and boast yourself all the time, so then you can be a leader because now you're humble. So if you're humble in the low position, then you can fill up with the people. People come to you. Because all those overcome our four, desire. And then it's not by not competing but cooperation. Then then you're a winner. Now so this doesn't mean that the Shengren, the Taoists, not compete. It's not compete, but we inclusively. So it's not what we don't want winning, but we want winning, but inclusively. But it's not like this, and then so everybody win. Because he doesn't have enemies, so everybody working for him. So it's a win-win situation. So it's and then the end of it. Well, what all those phenomena, the way of doing things is not right now. It's from the from Zhuang Laozi, 2,600 years old, but before that, 1,000 years already, a lot of human experience. And said, all those people actually doing that, accumulate what we observe, preserve your complete preserve, then you survive, preserve, then or yield, you preserve, and then all those sayings, long time ago already have it. So it's all this chapter all come back to the oneness of the ourselves, oneness, the understanding we are one, and then we love the so-called the bad, love the good, and then we embrace one. So the essence of that: love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. And before I do that, actually I forgot Zhuangzi. If you want to listen to it, okay? Now, Zhuangzi 90, and one time a scholar said, well, I'm a scholar. We can see what's beauty is beauty. It's easy to see, What's good is good. We can see it, with your own eyes. No problem. And then the Taoist or Zhuangzi come to the scholar. Hey, scholar. But if in the water, if we slip with the wet bed, is with water, then we get arthritis. But is that the eel, the fish, would they be get that? So is that the monkey? They sleep on the tree, the branches, Now, is that on the tree or the water or in a bed? Which one is better bed? Which better resting place? Do you know? Huh? And then he said, well, and then he said, well, what's beauty? What's beauty? What's food? I said, well, the fish eat worms, the eagle eat rat, the deer eat grass, and we eat meat. So what's the delicious food? Do you know? And then why? And then of course, what's beauty? Okay, the bird chases after bird, the deer after deer, and then men after women and women after men. But when you see most beautiful women in the world at the time, his name is and when you see the man, beautiful woman come in, the fish run away, the birds run away. So what's beauty then, scholar? So this scholar is speechless because his own seeing, that's the thing. That's easy to say what's beauty, what's good, what's bad. Okay, but as Tao, we know that we inclusive all things. We embrace oneness as the way of life. So, but anyway, and I just finished. Love yourself, love others, love nature. I just did that, and then I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 22. Oh, behold, yield and be preserved. Be a bamboo, bend and be straight. Be water, empty and be full. Be creative, wear out and be new. Be content, have little and gain much. Be aware, have much and be confused. Therefore the sage embraces oneness to show the world how to live as one. Oh, avoid being self-centered. He does not see only his point of view, but embraces all viewpoints, and thus he is enlightened with the whole. Oh, avoid being self-righteous. He does not think he is always right and others always wrong, and thus he is appreciated. Oh, avoid being self-promoted. He does not self-promote by boasting and claiming credits, and therefore he receives recognition. Oh, avoid being arrogant. He has the ability, but does not become arrogant, and thus he becomes a leader. Oh, cooperation. He does not compete, and hence no one in the world can compete with him. The ancient saying, yield and be preserved. Are they empty words? No, they are true words of oneness, and have been echoing through time for thousands of years.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 23. 2-3. It's a wonderful chapter. Is that silence is natural, or talking less is natural. So give two examples. One is the violent wind blow, will not last a whole morning, and there's a stormy rain will not last the whole day. So it's just observation of the heaven and earth, and then if as human being, if we use violent action to to do things, it won't last too long. Or we get angry and a lot of verbal abuse, it won't last too long because this violence, against violence. But anyway, and then he said, well, if we cannot do that, heaven cannot do that, of course we cannot do that. The violence, the anger will not last too long. And then if we follow Tao, Tao will welcome us. If we follow De, De will welcome us. If we follow laws, laws will welcome us. Laws means, well, non-De is not virtuous De, a lower De and the thing. But it's basically saying, Tao give freedom to all of us. Tao is not he's not dictating things. So heaven and earth actually give us freedom. But if we choose to be Tao, and then is Lord a great power into us, and then that's why. So we practice Tao, we get the great power inside. But anyway, chapter 23, 和尚跟我老王弼 pretty similar, and this one is not actually have much. It's so simple, but it's sometimes difficult to explain because that's the laws. Is what does it mean? A game of laws or something. But anyway, this is pretty understandable by the wind and rains and so forth. Now, Zhuangzi, of course, is always a good story about the chapters. But this chapter actually, the translation doesn't serve. But when I read the Chinese of the Zhuangzi, this chapter is wonderful, wonderful. But the translation is heaven and earth a great beauty. 天地有大美. But he doesn't need to talk about it. It's beautiful, heaven and earth. Don't talk about it. And then you can see that the four seasons. So now it's springtime. Springtime. Four seasons have their own laws. The way to serve, but they don't discuss it. They just say why it is. Now it's springtime coming, and and then the four seasons, and then the 10,000 things. They have their own established way of living. The fish in the water, human on the land, and we have established way already. So we don't need to talk about it, discuss about it. We don't need to. We keep silence because it's the way it is. So that's why natural, silence is natural because that's how the rule, the Tao of heaven does its work on everything. Everything has its own way of doing things without say out loud. So Zhuangzi is wonderful, explained chapter 23. But anyway, the essence of Tao, love yourself, love others, love nature, and the world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, China. Thank you.
Chapter 23. Silence is natural. Oh, see the flowers, vegetables, and fruits all grow in silence. Oh, see the stars and the moon and the sun all move in silence. Violent wind does not last all morning. Stormy rain does not last the whole day. Who causes this? Heaven and earth. Oh, heaven and earth sometimes get angry. Even if heaven and earth with virtuous De cannot make anger last, what chance does man have? When Tao is lost, De appears. When De is lost, loss appears. If you stay with Tao, you experience peace and quiet all the time. If you stay with De, you experience peace and quiet most of the time. If you stay with loss, you experience anger all the time. Now that you have a choice, Tao welcomes you if you choose to be one with it. Te welcomes you if you choose to be one with it. Loss welcomes you if you choose to be one with it. Like follows like, and distrust attracts distrust. So, if you don't trust Tao, Tao won't trust you. So, what is your choice?
好了 this Master Luke Chen talking about the Jing Chapter 24. Now, it's the springtime, so it's raining here. Not much rain, but it's a mist. Beautiful here with the mountains and so forth. But chapter 24 is a beautiful chapter. First, if you tiptoe, when you tiptoe, you cannot stand for long. If you on your toes standing, you cannot long because you if you want better than other person, you can. And of course, if you strive, if you take a big step every time, every step instead of the normal step, and then you won't last long. And these two is describing. It's obvious that beautiful about Laoji's chapter 24 is describe what we can see normal, normal day-to-day life. That so is then we from that we can deduce that if you want to help other people, deliberately raise your status, then you won't last long. If you want to pass over to people unnaturally, then you won't last. You can't do that. So now he has four. I said the gang of four things about our own nature, our own human nature. What's the human nature? The first, and I commit all. So it's 既见解不明. So your own idea, what you see, only what you see. You don't understand. So what you see only, and it not regard other people, then you're not enlightened. Just like a well, a frog in a well, inside a well. And when you see the sky, you think the sky is everything. No, it's the biggest sky. But anyway, that's why I said what you see is. We got what you see is true. It's not. You're not enlightened. The second, gang of four. The second weakness of our body is 记事者不讲，记事说 I always right. I always right. And then people don't like that. You can't get anywhere. You won't get the because you become so what you see is limited to what you are, and then not the what you say. Yes, what you think correct might not be correct because. But as human beings, we always think that way, always right. I mean, I commit this error all the time. And then the third one, of course, 技法而且无功. You after the deed is done, you always want to bury it. You want to get it. So you want to get it. So that's the common sense that I have done it. I'm the one. So this one, then you end up with no merit. No merit because people. Because we share in Tao that we really share. This is the oneness. It's not one person's work because we are all together. So you will, and then the fourth, the gang four would be 既精解不长. So you always praise yourself. You boast yourself all the time, and then. You cannot be a leader. Leader has to be humble, and then you can lead. Then people can trust you. If you boast how big you are, how great you are, so nobody have you. At the end of nothing because now. Therefore, as a Tao in the Tao, these this behavior is like people they left out the food and too much and it's the extraordinary things. It's wasteful things. It's not people don't 10,000 things don't like it, and then when you are in the you want to take corruption, take all those things. It's not way of Tao. So 和尚公 interpreted, it's not way of Tao, and then so the Tao avoid put ourselves in that situation. But we all know that this human nature, and then we need to defeat ourselves. This is aware of it first, and then we want to to become better. But now, again, Wang Pi. What he interprets, so everybody out there, your little book will say that for Wang Pi, 追, the Chinese word 追, if you look at page 278, the Chinese 追, it's only appear one time. That's why subject to different interpretations. Hold out the Jing every one time. And so Zhuangzi said, well, it's like cancer, you outgrow. But those things, and it's only appearing in Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi very down to earth, mundane person. He would use things like that, but not Laozi. So I adopt Ho San Gong's more polite way. More, it's not just like that. You have to see other chapters. Other chapters never mention that. But it's mentioned about greedy and all the things, but not with the cancer, with the outgrowth, things like that. So, but anyway, your little boy, all the little boys say that, that's... but anyway, I'm not getting to that. But however, I'm getting to the Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is one wonderful story. The wonderful story like this, about proud, about, on tip, about the proudness. And one time a king, with all the ministers, hunting, on the forest. And there's a monkey out there. So immediately, hit the monkey. And so the king put the arrow and then shoot the monkey. But all monkey left except one. Oh, he feel so proud himself. And then when the king shoot it, he just jumped. So he having fun, the monkey. And then the king, then all his minister simultaneously shoot the monkey. The monkey, okay, drop that. And he said, well, in front of all the ministers, this monkey tried to be proud in front of me, the king. And that's what he's end up with, this death. And all ministers shaking. It's a warning to all others. Do not step on your toe. You're standing on your toe. Do not strike. You end up death. But this is story from Zhuangzi's beautiful story. By the way, the lesson of Tao is the essence of Tao. Love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from here, Yangshuo, beautiful spring day. Thank you.
Chapter 24. He who stands on tiptoes cannot stand long. He who strives cannot walk far. Oh, self-centered! He who only sees his own point of view is not enlightened. Oh, self-righteous! He who thinks he is always right is not appreciated. Oh, contentious. He who competes for credits achieves nothing. Oh, arrogant! He who is arrogant by looking down upon others cannot last long. If such a man becomes a leader, he will be excessive and greedy. All creatures dislike him. Therefore, followers of Tao, avoid being such a man.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. I'm talking Tao today. Tao chapter 25. Look at the beautiful scenery here. But anyway, chapter 25 is one of the major chapter about Tao. 有物完成，先天地生，即是了兮，独立而不改，周游而不殆，可以为天下无。无不知其名，知之曰道。常名之，名曰大。大曰细，细曰远，远曰反。故道大，天大，地大，黄义大。宇中有四大，而王居其焉。人法地，地法天，天法道，道法自然。That's all about Chinese there. But anyway, it's one of my two things. It's first thing is that definition of Tao. Is that, what's the major philosophy? What is a philosophy? You nobody asks. So what make of heaven and earth? Wow. Where I don't want to mention certain thing. I said, Tao. Tao. So what is Tao? I don't know. But we just give it name is Tao. So who knows Tao? We only know who we are. Actually, we don't know who we are. We just know what we in this world is. So it's nothing. But know about the real Tao. But anyway, we know the essence of Tao. So that's what you're learning. So it's like Tao is like mother. So 10,000 things start from there, and then create all of us. But anyway, so the first interpretation, the first one 有物完成. So 先天之生, is that before heaven there's something or nothing? And of course, many people, many scholars say, well, maybe something, that's everything. But however, Ho Xiang the grandmaster 2,000 years old, he said, no, it's the something that, before heaven and earth, Tao, which we don't know, and then in a fuzzy way, chaotic way, create heaven and earth. So it's very different interpretation. So it is the real interpretation, because Tao is don't know what is. So now how do you have something? It's nothing. Who knows? But that's what. But it's the chaotic thing, and then suddenly you can have an earth. That is the major interpretation of chapter 25. And then later, the last four sentences, 人法地，地法天，天法道。Model out the earth, so we eat all the earth, we take care of the earth, and then the earth model after heaven, heaven after Tao, and Tao model 自然 is it something more than Tao? So many the convenience 自然 is another thing. No, Ho Xiang said no, because when you look at Chinese 自然. So two characters, 自 is self, 然 is correct. So self-correct. So it should be interpreted as Tao is such a thing. It's not immortal anything. So, but anyway, that's the interpretation of 25. And then of course the four Greeks and so on. And then you need to if you my book, and then you need to read the chapters to have more details. Otherwise, I talk here a whole day long. It's raining again. So I just go to the major difference of the interpretation. And then, of course, and finally, of course, we said important is 庄子. Okay. So if on my book 庄子, page 70. 75. Zhuangzi have a comment or from infinite space. Now you said, well, how Zhuangzi know that? I don't know. It's during meditation or observation. If you were from the space, looking down, the whole Earth is very small. Very small. They're from Zhuangzi, 2,400 years old. Zhuangzi said, very small. So the Taishan, there's the biggest mountain in China, at the time you think in the world, biggest mountain is not even exists. So small. And then from the infinite time, and then when you look at the Earth, it's nothing. And then if you look at the longest man lived on Earth at the time, Pangzhu, 800 years. So it's not even exists. It's not even born yet. So it's so small. So it's all relative. So yes, it's Tao is far as expanding and inside. But now remember, we are one from small to large. Actually, it's one. Going back, this is 25. So important. It's talking about infinite, but inside at the same time because we're one. But anyway, enough. Love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because you're here. And I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you.
Chapter 25. Tao is mysteriously nothing which appears as something. It exists before heaven and earth. Oh, silent and formless, Tao stands alone and unchanging. Yet Tao revolves eternally and is always changing. Oh, the humble one, is it possible that Tao is unchangeable, yet changeable at the same time? Oh man, Tao is relative. It appears differently to different observers. Yes, Tao is incomprehensible. Somehow it gives birth to all things and becomes the mother of the universe. Actually, I do not know its real name. I just call it Tao. For lack of better words, I describe it as great. Great means it flows everywhere endlessly as a whole. It flows far away into infinity. Having gone far, it returns to here and now simultaneously. Great consists parts, and each part is Tao in disguise. Therefore, Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and the king is also great. These are the four greats in the kingdom, and the king is one of them. Well, the king might be great, but he still has to obey the natural orders of things. Man follows the earth from dust to dust. Earth follows heaven from sunrise to sunset. Heaven follows Tao from here to eternity. Tao follows its own nature from nothing to nothing, with everything in between.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking Tao Te Ching, chapter 26. It's a beautiful chapter. It's saying that heaviness is the root of all the lightness. Heavy control things, and quiet control the agitation. So they're so quiet and heavy, and that's is therefore. When we live in this world as a Tao, long life Tao, that we don't want to leave heaviness and quiet. It's always within us, and therefore have many things distraction in the world, but we still keep to ourselves. If you are light, I mean, your light promises, you take things too lightly, then you might lose your minister. If you're agitated, angry all the time, you lose your the true self or your life or your your kingdom, you lose everything. So that's why this is wonderful chapter. It's telling us it's going inside, being peaceful and quiet. All right, and now this one word is 击中. And if you have a little book in your pocket, they all said that, because we look at dictionary today, 辎重 means the supply or the army supply. But again, Lao Ji is 2,600 years old, and then all the rest, all the dictionaries are much later. And so because it's appeared only one time in Tao Te Ching, so the 知 the word, and then Hao Shang Gong and Wang Bi, they treat it as quietness, the heaviness, the quiet, and so it's not anything to supply. You carry supply everywhere you go. Oh my God! But anyway, that's the way it is. You need to interpret 81 chapter by the meaning if it's the words and not only one. So that's the idea, that when we doing Tao, it's inside. So that's why we practice Qigong, Tai Chi, everything calm, every breath going back to the center. And then heaviness, and then you keep your promise and all those things. But anyway, this wonderful chapter. But now come to the Zhuangzi. I love Zhuangzi. And if you come to my book, 119, that Zhuangzi have a story. Now it's one time a man that's don't want to step on, leave footprints on the ground. So he start to jump, because he don't want to leave the more he jump, the more footprints. So he jump until he get exhausted and die. And another person, he want to go away from the shadow. So he run, the shadow follow him. So he run faster until he drop dead. And then a Taoist comment on these two persons. So, well, all I have to do is just sit down, keep quiet, and then they will not leave any footprint on the ground, and then there will no shadow, because now you're calm inside. Stay away from the sun or something. So it's just a matter of keeping calm inside, and then you have long life Tao. But anyway, it's beautiful. I'm in Yangshuo, and love yourself, love others, love nature. That's the essence of Tao. I'm teaching here. It's so beautiful. It's like it's just the ringing just stop, so you can see so beautiful. If you're in, this is one of the. Actually, it's the most beautiful scenery in China, Guilin, Yangshuo. In case you drop by here, come to see me, because I teach Tao Te Ching and Qigong here now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The quiet is the master of the agitated. O heavy, the unmovable moves all that moves. O quiet, nothing strengthens authority more than quietness. Therefore the sage travels a whole day without losing his quietness and heaviness. Although he lives amid palaces and beauties, he stays undisturbed and lives above all temptations. Oh yes, nothing lengthens life more than moderation. Tell me then, why should a Lord of 10,000 chariots behave so lightly in the world? Doesn't he know that to behave lightly is to lose his supporters? To be agitated is to lose his lordship? Oh, be quiet, be calm, be long life Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from beautiful spring day in Yangshuo. So here we're talking about Tao Te Ching. That's one of the chapters about love. It's 27. It's a beautiful chapter. Fundamentally, the chapter is saying, well, a good walker leave no trace. A good speaker make no mistake. And a good counter, you don't need a calculator. And of course, a good shutter, you don't need the bolt and all those obvious thing. And then if you're a good binder, then you use you don't need to use the rope. Therefore, the Xingren, the great ruler, will be love the people. So he will save all people, and and then of course he loved all creatures, and then don't waste nothing. So this real enlightenment. And then, well, if you're good. If you're a teacher, then you have to love your students. If you're a student, you have to respect your teacher. And if you don't do that, then you end up with no student, no teacher. So this is essence of Tao. All right. So now this is the essence of the story. However, when we look at Wang Bi, it's important for you to look at this. When you get this book, you need to look at it because Ho Sangong and Wang Bi, they talk some different, but not much. There's a lot of similarity in this chapter. It's about love. And then now what I myself interpretation, because this one, every sentence is wu there, wu, invisible, wu. So my interpretation will be wu, the first thing, wu. You have to read it, and then I based on the word wu, so invisible. So you walk invisible because you already know you never go out the door, and all those things, and then you can enter. There's no Greek. Your thoughts say, "I love you." So you don't need this binding you. It's a binding. So you don't need to rope to string to bind people. You just say it. So without this whole without the obvious thing, but all those things that then you have to look at my book and how to interpret it. But the whole thing is all about love, compassion, and of course then as a teacher and student. Now of course. Zhuangzi again, so that's why I love Zhuangzi. They illustrate 27 so well, and he has a lot of stories. But Zhuangzi is, Laozi is 5,000 words, but Zhuangzi 80,000 is a lot. But it's a lot to read, but easier to grasp. But the story goes that about 27. 27. This is a story, my folk. In the marketplace, a long time ago, marketplace. And then the master, and the student. And then the master is a good axe, the knife, the axe. So they demonstrate in the marketplace, and then put a pet of, in front of the, like as thin as the insect's wing on the tip of the nose is white, and then he will be in front of everyone. Boom, the axe going on. No, get rid of the white stuff, and then everybody cry, "Oh, wonderful, wonderful!" That's wonderful. So the students, the master, and then the students just like nothing happened. It's so powerful, One day the king heard the incredible act. So, hey, master, come perform in front of me, the emperor. And then the master said, "Oh, sorry, emperor, I cannot perform it anymore." I said, "Why not?" He said, "Because my assistants, my student died, so I cannot do it anymore." So yeah, if you don't respect your teacher, don't love your student. So So we all end up with nothing. So you never know, understand Tao, because we are one. We depend on each other. You might be a student, and also you might be a student and teacher at the same time. A lot of times people ignore because we're in many aspect within our body. Sometimes we're a student, sometimes we're a teacher. Students, we're always the student of Tao. We are one. So we neither student nor teacher. We are one. So, but in actual life, we are student and teacher at the same time. But anyway, this is wonderful chapter and the story. I teach Tao Te Ching here and Chinese in Yangshuo here. So in case you travel by, come to see me. And thank you very much. Love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo.
Chapter 27. Oh, invisible action! The good walker leaves no trace. Oh, silence! The good speaker makes no mistakes. Oh, simplicity! The good accountant uses no counting device. Oh, natural! The good carpenter shuts doors securely without bolts. Oh, freedom! The good binder ties firmly without ropes. Oh, Wu Wei! Therefore the sage is good at rescuing man without abandoning one man. He is good at rescuing all things without abandoning one thing. Oh, invisible enlightenment! The sage governs without governing, loves without loving. A little prevention in time saves a lot of natural resources in the end. This is called invisible enlightenment. Oh, what is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's treasure? If you don't respect your teacher and love your student as your treasure, you will end up being lonely without help. Oh, unconditional love! If you only love the good but not the bad, you are still in hopelessness in spite of your cleverness. Oh, forever and now, unconditional love is the essence of Tao.
This Master Luk Chen talk about Tao Te Ching chapter 28, 2:8. It's a wonderful chapter. It said, keep to the, knowing male, keep to the female. And if you do that, and then, in other words, keep the softness, and then you do that, it's just like the de, the chang de is always the de with you, and then you can return to as a baby. As a baby, you're very soft. I mean, life, you have more life, long life, down life, and so as a baby, and of course, then you keep the softness. Let's like the bread. This is like chapter 55. But this one is just one sentence, and then the next sentence paragraph would be knowing the bright, but keep to the dark. But it actually dark means ru, is the shame or the humbleness and so forth. So if you do that, understand that, but you keep the humble side, and then you like is the model of the world, and then you return to as Wu Ji. Wu Ji is boundless. Now, this Wu Ji actually and Tai Chi, if you practice Tai Chi, this Wu Ji from Wang Zhong that's one of the classic of Tai Chi writing, from Wu Ji and then to Tai Chi and so forth. But here appeared the first time, it's the Tao Te Ching Wu Ji. Now, that means the before anything is oneness, Wuji, basically oneness. And then the next paragraph or sentence will be 知其荣，守其如. So you understand what is glorious. Oh, you're successful, but you keep to the not the failure and so forth. And this is not actual failure, but you know that anytime there will there's success become failure, glorious become shame. So we all know that, but you keep that, keep in mind that that can happen. So even though you enjoy glorious, you enjoy power, but you know that anytime this can disappear. So you're very careful, and so, and if you do that, and then you it's like a value, then you open, you have a big mind, you can accept all the all kinds of opinion, all the judgment. If then you come to you, and then you'll not say, well, I'm powerful and rich, you are no good. No, accept all things because you are prepared. And then you like Pu, the De. This is, and you achieve the De. It's just like Pu. Pu means rich Tao. It's one. Look at 37 is the Pu. But and then what? If you reach that space, if you the Shengren, you as a ruler, then you rule the world with simplicity, the Wu Wei, the Pu, and then you can 大治不国, the whole country, the whole world will be live as one in love, compassion, live as one. So it's wonderful. Just remind me of the John Lennon, the Beatles, the Imagine, and that. So we all live as one. But anyway, that's the wonderful chapter 28. And then of course the Hoshangong Wangbi, they have the similar version. But here comes the Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi. If you have one book, 98 there, and Zhuangzi is a story. One time, and a king, sent his advisors with money, with gift to a Taoist and lied to her. But the Taoist master refused to. No, I don't want it. Get it back. And then after they left, the wife, the wife, why? I heard that a light person began enlightened. They can eat well, can have houses, wonderful wealth. But look at me, the bones are cheap, and I'm nothing in, and the face is thin, everything. Why? So, the Tao master look at her. Wife, calm down. Now, if the king give the money and the gift to me because his advisor advised him to do that. Now, one day if they change the advisor, then you're in trouble. True to his word. Later, a short time later, actually his new advice came in and chopped all of old advisor. Anybody to do with the old is a gang there, and they chop them off. And then the master, Tao master, was spared because he not accept nothing to do with the old advisor. But anyway, the lessons now: love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, Guilin, China. Thank you.
Chapter 28. Know the strength of a male, but keep the softness of a female. Be the stream of the world. Being the stream of the world, never depart from the eternal De, and return again to the stage of a newborn baby. Oh, be a baby, be soft, be whole. Know the bright side, but keep to the dim side. Oh, dim your brilliance. Act with invisible action, Wu Wei. Be a model of oneness for the world. Being a model of oneness for the world, never err in the eternal De, and return again to the infinity Wu Ji. No glory, but keep humility. Be the valley of the world. Being the valley of the world, never have lack of the eternal De, and return once more to the simplicity of Pu, the uncarved block. When the block is carved, different kinds of things appear. Oh, be cautious. All living things live independently, but they function as a whole. Therefore, the sage rules the world without cutting up the delicate balance of the whole. Oh, let the harmony of all things flourish. Let all things live freely and naturally. Oh, be a baby, be humble, be whole.
Hi, this is Master Luke Chen from beautiful springtime in Yangshuo, Guilin, China. Today we talk about love, unconditional love. It's the Tao Te Ching Chapter 29. That's the there's 10 chapters, and I classified it as love is the De, how you learn from the heaven and earth and become the De, the Tao, the way of the happening in heaven and earth, and then you learn it and incorporate your daily life. Now, 29 is a very special chapter. 29 is about, he said, hey man, if you want to rule the world according to your own plan, you want to change it. Whoa, please don't do that. Why? Because all the creatures, all the butterflies, bees, trees, and everyone, human beings, we are spiritual beings. Spiritual beings, something we don't know is more than human. So it's something because we are connected. If you, according to your own, you will be failed. If you want to control it, you will lose it. So, and then each animal, they were running very fast or slow, very strong and weak, and running. So it's different, cold-blooded, warm-blooded, and different types in this world. So we should, as Shengren, as a sage, as we learn the De from Tao, the lesson, is that we avoid extreme, avoid extravagant, wasteful things. We don't want to do that. Now, Ho Xiangong, in his explanation of chapter 29, and he, of course, the difference, Ho Xiangong, Wang Bi, always Ho Xiangong, go back to the down to earth, you and me, how we, as a sage ourselves, how we learn from Tao. And he said that the last one, 去胜, 去share, 去泰, to the last 6 words, and he said, well, you avoid extreme, don't go down to the earth, down to earth. Don't drink too much, don't eat too much, don't waste things, and then don't build huge houses because you have money, and no, because so whatever. Enough is enough for you, and so he is down to earth. That is a Tao. That is that you lived according to your own means, according to your. Don't go extreme. That's what he said. And of course, Wang Bi is more philosophical type of thing. But anyway, they are quite similar. 29 is not too much there, and of course then. 庄子, okay, so it's the we have the remember 4 different categories and describe the whole thing, because word by word translation, sentences and so forth is all there. And so one of the Zhuangzi, without knowing Zhuangzi, you cannot know Tao Te Ching. Zhuangzi have a story about it, and he said, Zhuangzi's story. So okay, well, come to a big temple, a good tree, a big one, that's good for building houses, columns. But if you want to fill a small hole, the small branches are better. And then small trees. And then if you want to, horses, 10,000 miles, horses, or quick. But if you want to catch a mouse, the cat is better. And it's, so the night owl, the bird owl, and they can see very clear everything. But during daytime, the owl cannot see a big mountain in front of it. So different creatures and different things. You cannot improve, so-called, on their nature. No, that's not something you want to mess around. So even you want to mess around, you'll fail. Because we are one. We are spiritual beings. Spiritual being means we are one. Everything is connected. But anyway, so it's beautiful story from Zhuangzi. And so if you read it and then understand it, and then you really into love unconditionally, because hey, everything the same. So if you love yourself, of course, we are part of the thing. So when I read the last, or the first interpretation, that is really into my heart, my soul. I said, oh, man, you want to rule the world according to your own plan. And so so normally at the last interpretation, I put myself in the Qigong status, and it really connect with the cosmic. And then, but anyway, and I'm going to read it as love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because you.
Chapter 29. Oh man, you want to take over nature and rule the world according to your own plan? I don't believe it can be done. All creatures under heaven are sacred beings of Tao. They are perfect as oneness, and you cannot improve them. If you try to change them, you will ruin them. If you try to control them, you will lose them. Tao gives birth to all creatures. Some are natural leaders and some are followers. Some are warm-blooded and some are cold-blooded. Some are strong and some are weak. Some are tame and some are dangerous. All creatures, including man, may be different in appearance. Nonetheless, they are part of oneness of Tao. Therefore, the sage loves all creatures and lives a simple life. Oh, balance! Avoid excessive accumulation. Oh, moderation! Avoid wastefulness of natural resources. Oh, harmony! Avoid extreme actions against man and nature.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We're talking about Tao Te Ching. Chapter 30 is a beautiful chapter. It's about when a ruler uses Tao to assist him. He doesn't use this brutal army to show aggressiveness. And why? Because heaven have its way returning, and then it is the heaven watching. And then if it's a battle, where's the army left? That's the the wheat grow because the field nobody tending, and then after the big battle, and then it's a bad year because nobody harvested, nobody tending the field. Therefore, the ruler know that. And so he's absolute, so he's encouraged, very courageous, but he's not want to show off. He doesn't want to brutal force. It's and a brutal force. He's not want to be showing off and then aggressive and he's a strong army, but he's resolute. That's all. So his deterrence. He wanted deterrence with the army deterrence. He protect himself. Okay, so he understands that when things overboard, you're too strong, and then will be the other side will come. So it's bad things will come. So it's this is not long life Tao. Bu Tao means not long life Tao. So it's the way. So he is the long life Tao ruler. Now again, this chapter is a major difference interpretation. If you look at Wang Bi Ho San Gong 302, the first different interpretation, the first sentence is that Ho San Gong, and the same interpretation is that the ruler actually is the one determined use Tao to assist himself. And then of course Wang Bi and many other translates for him that the one who used Tao to assist the ruler. So he's a minister. But I prefer Ho San Gong is a ruler. Who is the judge? Who is the one decide things? And then the rest is easy to explain. Because the Chinese word 左, the assist, 以道左人主, that you can see that is the ruler. So you have understand Chinese to truly appreciate that. And then the second thing is most important, second difference, is the word 果, 如果, it's like the fruits. So because it's only appear one time, so Tao Te Ching is 81 chapter. This word, if you look at my concordance there, and there's only lived only one character use that. So this is very difficult subject to different interpretations. And Ho San Gong use resolutes. In other words, 果敢, so he's there, is courage. So the ruler of courage, he's not afraid to fight, but he's but he's the deterrence. And to keep the army for deterrence, and it's necessary he need to fight. But it's resolute. It's not happened yet. So it's after he's not bragging. He's not anything. But Wang Bi and now a lot of other interpretation follow his thinking. So the result. So it's only fought after the facts. Now the battle won and things. Then you should not brag about it. It's not aggressive. Then you can see the major different interpretation of this one. But neither wrong and right. But if you read, memorize the 81 chapter, then you'll come to a conclusion, hopefully like what my Ho San Gong's conclusion. That Tao is when you read 79, chapter 79, he said, well, it's you prevent war before before happen. If otherwise, it's after the war you kill each other. It's remaining hatred. But anyway, there's two interpretations of that, and then when you read it, you'll know. And now, guys, come to the favorite part, 庄子. Okay, the 庄子are. If you look at my book 152, the 庄子story. So when two countries fighting. Two countries always fight. A piece of land, a piece of land. They don't want to fight a piece of land. And then, so the king want to, should I fight it? You fight, and he was pondering so hard. So he, a Taoist master come. So, hey, King, you, if I have a magic wand, yeah, a magic stick, once you have it, then you can have everything in the world. The whole world belongs to you. But on one condition. So the king, what's your condition? So if I give you the stick now, the wand, if the right hand receive it, I cut it off the right hand. If your left hand receive it, I cut off your left hand. Do you still want it? The case, oh no, thank you. Now you can see, your hands is bigger than the world, because you have it, you have the world. But now you cut your hand is more important than the world. But life is more than two hands. So if you want to invade the other country, many lives will be lost. And so the king understands now, because to himself. So he abandoned the plan to invade the other country. That's Tao, and then chapter 30 is deterrence, how to prevent war. But again, that's the long life Tao is the love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you, and I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you. And now, in case you're touring this town, and I'm teaching Tao Te Ching and Qigong here now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 30. The ruler who has Tao on his side does not use force to conquer the world. Yes, violence breeds violence. A good deed goes around and comes around. Oh, where the army fights, thorns and brambles grow. Yes, these are the killing fields. After great war, there must be lean ears. Oh, sufferings! Men are killed, crops are destroyed, children are hungry. Yes, no peace is a bad peace, no war is a good war. Therefore, prevention is the key for peace, and deterrence is the best remedy for war. A good ruler has the resolute courage to fight for peace. What is resolute courage? It is compassionate courage, the courage to fight to the last breath for the survival of the whole. Oh, yes, resolute courage deters the recklessness of the aggressor. Being resolute, but not boastful. Being resolute, but not contentious. Being resolute, but not arrogant. Being resolute when there is no choice. Being resolute, but not forceful. Things which are overly strong will decay. This is not the way of natural long life Tao. He who flows against natural Tao comes to an early end. Oh, longevity is not the number of years you live that counts, but the Tao life you live in your years. Therefore, a good ruler lives forever, but takes one day at a time, and prepares to sacrifice his life for the good of the whole.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 31. It's a beautiful chapter. This is really compassion for human being. It's really anti-war for peace. So it's it said the army fighting is not a gentleman's weapon. It's we for peace. If you really like to kill people, and you will not get the the mind of the people and the mind and heart of the people, so you will be defeated. And then we talk about the compassion of the heaven and earth. And then you, if you really want to be a brutal army and fighting, this is not the will of people, because we are born as a spiritual beings, that we all want peace at heart. So now it's say like the left side is for life, right side is for death. Now left and right is just it said that. So but anyway, so the army. So I interpret it, and so this one is the like whoa. Like army, just like battle, left side is the assistant general for life. The right side will be the brutal, want to kill the general. So two armies waiting, and suddenly said, "Well, let's fight." And then the two armies fought. And then at the end of it, you killed each other a lot, blood flowing on and everything else. And suddenly, after killed each other for at the battlefield, and after that, and suddenly the victors appear from the ruins, and then the funeral starts. And the war is like a funeral. Nobody wins. And then, of course, the widows, the children, parents all cry, and they reach heaven and earth. And then this is really a funeral. Battle is a funeral. Fighting is a funeral. And afterward, the right. So it's really touching our heart. It is we all find peace, but it's the battle. Then nobody really win. Nobody. There's no winners in war. And then Lao Tzu's heart is really touching us. And but that's for 2,600 years ago until today. But we're still killing each other and so forth. But once we read this chapter, really said, wow. But anyway, Lao Tzu and Ho Jiangong and Wang Bi pretty much quite similar. It's not this chapter really touch people's heart. It really if you look at 307 there, and then you can see a word by word translation. But anyway, I love Zhuangzi. It's easier to we're talking about 154 there, the page, and then and it's beautiful, Zhuangzi. Now remember, Zhuangzi 2,400 years back, 2,400. So before there's anything else, and what he said, two kings, one king, he summoned all the advisors came to him. I said, well, why he wants to summon all the advisors? Because he entered into truce, entering something with another country king, but the other king broke the promise. So now the king of this country is so angry. So he asked, he want to invade the other country, get a revenge. And then he one advisor said, "Oh, no problem. Let's just secretly to kill the king." To assassinate the king. And another advisor, "No, this is an honorable act. We should do it openly. We will send 200,000 soldiers to overrun that country, and then let's do the honorable way, show that who we are." And then the Tao's master said, "Oh, king, have you heard that? There were two countries, and it's a snail. A snail, the insect, the snail have two feelers. The snail have two feelers. And the two countries actually live on the feelers is so small, but one time they fought each other and killing thousands of people. And have you heard that?" And the king said, Oh no, you just bullshitting or boasting, whatever you are. I never heard of it. It never happened. But King, please listen. If you go to the space, look back on the Earth, it's like a small place, and then now it's just like the snail, as small as a snail. But the feeler, the cool country is like the tip of the two feeler, and then it's so small when we look at from heaven and earth. Look at earth, look at the army. So so when you look at it, so have love and compassion for people. And the king suddenly realized, yes, what we fighting for? We are so small in the heaven and earth, you know. And then he abandoned the idea of and choose forgiveness. And then that's the so he listened to abandoned. That's Zhuangzi 31. Now remember, Zhuangzi was 2,400 years, but he's talking about space and time. It looks like nowadays look like satellite going back to see the Earth, the small speck. But 2,400 years ago, they already know that the Earth is very small from the space, and that's an indication that Lao Ji already knew or know at the time that what happened. So we are so small from the space and going in, because by observation, by meditation, those grandmasters, they already know. But now they're so, how the spaceship going back from Jupiter, look at the Earth, this is one spot. But that time they already know or knew, whatever English means. But anyway, the essence of Tao, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because you're here, and I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 31. Soldiers carrying deadly weapons are instruments of evil. All creatures hate them. Therefore, followers of Tao avoid them. The gentleman of peace prefers the left side, and the warrior of war prefers the right side. Soldiers are weapon or evil. They are not a gentleman's tools. The gentleman uses them only when there is no alternative. Although he takes up arms to fight, he remains compassionate, not brutal. When the war is won, he will not glorify it, for there is no glory in war. If you glorify war, then you enjoy killing. If you enjoy killing, you will not gain the will of the people. Oh, what is war but a funeral rite? Two opposing armies are facing each other in battle formation. The assistant generals occupy the left side, which symbolizes life. The warrior generals occupy the right side, which symbolizes death. Orders are given to attack, and now the battle begins. Men are killing each other in great numbers. Oh, the wind howls and heaven whips. Finally, the battlefield becomes quiet, and from the ruins emerge the victors. Now the funeral rites formally begins. The dead are gathered and buried. Widows, orphans, and old people begin to cry. Oh, loud enough to touch heaven. There is no winner in war.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Here we talk about Tao Wu Wei and chapter 32. Tao is small like Pu. Pu is small, but people dare not to control it. You can't even control it. And then it's like the rain when naturally when they come together, and then the rainfall, and then the benefit of people, and then all animals, plants, everything the same. If we follow the nature, and then everybody will be happy, and then the country ruled. Now, in that case, then when we do this, it's just because everything underneath is Tao. So Tao in the world is invisible. Tao is small pool in the world. But it's going through us. We are inside us. Actually, we are Tao going through. It's like the valley, the river, the streams go to the sea. It's linked together. It's linked. Link. Now, of course, then go to Wang Bi's explanation. This chapter. Now, understand this. In this version has one word difference. Da, fu. So a fu. If you write Chinese, you know the fu. And ten is heaven. Fu is this, and then the ten and fu is just one dot above it. And then He Shang Gong's version is the ten, and then Wang Bi's version is the fu. So I always say, well, you know, it may be a cockroach or something. Put something there, you know, make a dirt there, looks like a fu or a ten, or wipe it off. So that's see, 2,600 years, man, it's a long time, copy by copy, but it's still, we still read the same text. It's wonderful. One word here, one word there, different. That don't say it's different person. It's a miracle. But anyway, and therefore, because 10 heaven, so He Shang Gong has explanation, and Wang Bi has his own explanation, of course. And then that's chapter the 311 there, the page, and then you look through it, and then actually this is very good chapter. It's warning the modern people that don't mess around with nature. But anyway, and then. So the interpretation of this, because of the word difference, is very different. Now, so you I interpret as the pu, the small one, a big part of it from He Shang Gong, and then but I prefer Wang Bi's fu. Okay. But anyway, this is a story as always, and then. From Zhuangzi. I love Zhuangzi stuff. And then after I tell you the story, and then I'll read chapter the 31 page, and then the chapter 32. This is my own interpretation with heart and soul. All right. So, but anyway, Zhuangzi story is like this. Well, it's pretty so. It's not much a story, but it's well, the river going down. The river, very happy, and then. When the wind blow across the river, it get away some rain away, and then and of course it's circling around. And then when the sun shine on the river, it evaporates some water away. But the river doesn't mind, because why? We have the source, continue replenish that. And so the source, of course, and Zhuangzi is the Tao. We're inexhausted, it's like a circle. The water, and it becomes steam and becomes rain. It's a circle. So it's within us, outside of us, everything the same. All right, love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because you're here. I love you from Yangshuo, and come to see. Oh, beautiful Yangshuo here to see the mountains. Visit, tour the city, and come to see me if you have time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 32. Tao is always undefined. It manifests as the nameless simplicity Pu. Although Pu is small, no one dares to subjugate it. Oh, all things are made up of invisible pool, the simplest building block of all things. If dukes and kings can harness the power of Pu as simplicity Wu Wei, the 10,000 things will naturally follow them. Heaven and earth interact naturally to produce rainfall to benefit all. Oh, the sweet rain from heaven is equal and fair to all without men making the call. Yes, in the beginning, Thou begets all things, and all things have gotten their names and desires. Therefore, man should know to curb the desires to live in simplicity. Knowing to live in simplicity, mankind can last long. Thou connecting everything in the world is like water in the river flowing to the sea. O invisible pool flows through all things and connects the world to Tao. O visible water flows everywhere and connects all things from valleys to rivers to the sea. O simplicity, the way of natural long life Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen talking about Tao Te Ching Chapter 33. It's the most widely quoted chapter. It's beautiful. It said, knowing others is wisdom or cleverness, and knowing yourself is enlightenment. Now, because that's a definition. If you know yourself inside, from 10,000 things, you go back to yourself, and then from there you realize life start again, and then you are one, being one with all things, is the oneness. Understanding that then is because you illuminate with light, you illuminate light, and then you feel love, compassion. Suddenly you realize, oh, knowing yourself is more than the body and mind. Is another part of us in reality. But knowing others is wisdom or the cleverness, because you can do a lot of experiments, and to see how people behave. But those things is outside. Now, next one will be, defeat others is force. You can defeat other person with force, but defeat yourself strength. No, defeat others. You have the power of money or strength. You're bigger, or you're richer. It's easy, but defeat yourself is very difficult. Why? So give you four things. First, 知足者富. So if you because. What our desire is difficult to control. The first desire is we want more. We want more. So more and more. Then so understand that we have enough is enough. That is the first that we defeat ourselves. Enough. It's very hard, and then to share with others. The Tao, of course, reach the De, then you can share with others. Then you and then you the first thing, and then you know that you work very hard to to earn money, to earn things, but it's not accumulate much. You share with others. So if you have ideas, want more and more, then this desire. Most people, everybody have it. So if you can defeat yourself in this desire and keep it in moderation. Very good. So it's very difficult. That's why, defeat yourself, you need the strength. The second thing is that 强行者有志. So, we all get lazy. We know getting lazy. But the laziness is we can overcome it because life is short. it's beautiful, but you need to get up and then, to allow people to go out, to work and to play. You need to. You need strength. You need 强. Now in this word 强, strong. Now this 强 is good. 强 have this word. If you know the Chinese, that's can be good or bad. So depend on how you use it. In this sense, you really the willpower to overcome your laziness, overcome you're not doing anything, non-action. Now, not invisible action, non-action. So we doing things, tiny steps, everyday tiny steps, and then you start to work. You start to activate your Tao energy inside, and then you feel very grateful. Okay, and then the third thing, how you defeat yourself. So how we so hard to defeat ourselves. You quite strength. The third thing is we're wasteful. Wasteful. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm rich. I can waste. I can, and then the rich have more, the poor has less. So it's that 不离其所者久. Whatever you endow with the treasure, Tao give us, we keep it. So it's basically our body is given, it's part of Tao, so we need to keep our Tao and don't get wasteful. We need to, my own interpretation, you do more Qigong and then keep your breath. Keep all your Tao. We only one life, so you work very hard, and then whatever you have materialistically, you share. You don't get hoarding and so on. So keep those essence, your essence yourself, and of course through breath and things like that. This is not wasteful. The third thing, we tend to be we all have a tomorrow. We never know. We need to work on here now. Now, the fourth thing is most difficult is the death. Right? 死而不亡者寿. So what is long life? Long life doesn't mean that everybody has to live 100 years old or 120. Oh, more drugs, more vitamin, everything. Keep everybody. No. Not that. Tao is not long life. Tao is not like that. Natural long life. Whatever you endow, and that's it. Not over. So, I want to live long, and then means you live short. Now, of course, in this particular thing, 和尚公, and Wang Bi, different explanation. 和尚公 Wang is the die, but he interpreted as reckless. So, so if you're reckless, not take care of your body, not take care of the environment, then you die. Then you die young. If you take care of yourself, take care of the environment, you live long. So that's all the explanation. But anyway, I prefer Wang Bi's explanation. So. But again, his explanation also limited in the sense that, even though you die, but you have have done good deeds and then you live long. Now, then my argument, what I'm saying that I not totally accept that because, well, wait a minute, those notorious people, infamous people, they too, longevity. Oh, for me, that is not really fit in the long life Tao. It's a 死而不亡者寿. It's basically as I read the 81 chapter together, that is never dying. It's 62 and all those chapters. Tao never dies. So actually we are Tao, so why should we die? we die bodily, 不亡 we are not disappearing. We're always here. We are not going. So that's the longevity. By understand, so going back to the first sentence, knowing others is wisdom, Knowing yourself is enlightenment. Knowing that, so the last sentence, well, we're enlightened because I never die. My body died, but Tao never died. I'm Tao. So understanding that is enlightenment. To me, is a power explanation. But anyway, look at the book and Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is a beautiful story. 89, if you have my book. Zhuangzi said, well, he one day he had a dream. Suddenly, in a dream, he became a butterfly. As a butterfly, he go to the flowers. He is having good time with other butterfly. He go and after the sun is going down, so he go back to his meditation. Oh, when he woke up, whoa! Whatever I dreamt so vividly, I was a butterfly. And then suddenly he calmed down. Well, actually, I'm a human now. But am I? Or maybe I have the dream of the butterfly, and now I become human. Now I have more suffering, more desire and everything. But my reality is a butterfly. So, I dream of the butterfly. What's the difference? And so he said, well, and he calmed down and said, oh, in this imagine in the dream and the reality, it's one. So I might be butterfly, I might not be butterfly, but embrace it. Life is just like that. So we wonderful word is true in the dream, true in the what we call is reality. But anyway, that's only story. But if you are one with Tao, and then we prefer that we always here. Where we coming, where we going, we always here, we never go. So, but anyway, I love chapter 33. I hope you do so too. And love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because I love you from Yangshuo, Guilin, China. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 33. Knowing others is wisdom. Knowing yourself is enlightenment. Oh, he who knows that others have blind spots is wise. Oh, he who knows that our true reality is oneness is enlightened. Defeating others is power. Defeating yourself is strength. Oh, defeating oneself is the toughest battle of all. Being content is rich. Being persistent is willpower. Oh, defeating your desire of wanting more, you are rich. Oh, defeating your laziness to follow Tao, you have willpower. Holding on to your natural endowment is longevity. Realizing you die but do not perish is immortality. Oh, defeating your wasteful way, you can live long. Oh, defeating the fear of death, you can lead an immortal life here and now.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from Yangshuo, Guilin, China. Today we are talking about Tao. And the chapter is 34 is about love, unconditional love. And now, of course, there's the 10 chapters. I classify it into love. That's the 8 De. 8 De means usefulness, Tao. So 81 chapters we classify it into 8 De, or way of life towards the Tao. But anyway, chapter 34 talk about the great Tao is flowing everywhere, left and right, and then so it provide for all 10,000 things, and without calling himself or itself a master. And now I said, they love to provide for all the butterflies, bees, and the trees, human beings, everything. But he does not want to be a master, or he is not a master. And then from without desire or very little, well, Tao including everything, what you cannot see, and then, but it's Tao there. We can call it small, but when you can see the galaxies and all the big things come together, it's because of Tao. It's all Tao, and we can call it great. But all those things, so when you see all things come together, so the 圣人, you and me, we want to remain small, and then never try to be great, and then end up with great. So that is the essence of 34, is the being love for the 10,000 things, and then of course including ourselves and so on. Now that's a major difference between the two versions of Ho Sang Gong. So I translate the whole thing, and then in Chinese, of course, I put the Chinese there, and then translation, so that next generation or whoever can do a better job. But they look at Chinese and then translate. But it's one word, major difference. Wang Bi said, Yi Yang Wan Wu. So it's clothes, put that. Yi means the clothes, and but Ho Sang Gong is the word I. He used the I Yang Wan Wu. So it's because I Yang Wan Wu is love to feed, to provide for the 10,000 things. Now it's only one word difference. Now the reason we don't know why, which what, it doesn't matter, but it's the whole interpretation. At the end of it, also Ho Sang Gong said, 圣人, that means you and me, and all those Tao, try to learn Tao, De from Tao. We are small, yet we are big. We never be big and great, but we from small and then become big. Because why? Oh, we are one with the cosmic. Of course, we are great, we are big. But we are small because as individuals, we're small. But we open, become one with the whole, all 10,000 things. So we are great, we are big. Now, of course, Wang Bi is philosophical. It's not. So he said, Tao is small and big. It's never small and it's big. So he's talking about Tao, but Ho Sang Gong talk about you and me. That's one. So I adopt Ho Sang Gong's interpretation, and so it's beautiful. Now, these two, and then of course you can come to my concordance. This book is a huge book. Okay, please. And then I have to say. The E, the I, there I have a comparison, the difference, Wang Bi, what single words, and what Chinese characters are different. So I put it there so you can trace it where they are. So I cannot just say it, but I have to documentation on it. All right. So now they come to Zhuangzi. Okay, that's the second part, and then interpretation, and include Zhuangzi. You need to know Zhuangzi to know it. It took me many years to crack the code, and then Zhuangzi have a story about 34. Of course, knowing Zhuangzi, I put the story down there. It's right there. But Zhuangzi said the story like this, if you want to hear it. The master and the student walking around to get timber from the mountain, and they walk across a big tree, and a lot of people worship, and the student just left there, and he want to look at it, so beautiful. So the master said, let's go, don't do it. So on the way, the student asked, why, master? This so big, beautiful tree, why don't you walk away? So he said, okay, this tree is useless. Why is useless? Well, if you use a boat, you sink. When you put it in a house, and attract ants. When you put it into a coffin, it rots quickly. So useless, let's go. And then, so at night, the tree came to the master. He said, hey, master, you say I'm useless because you human being, I'll try to make master, destroy. So I useless to you human. So I can survive. Now look at those useful trees, small trees. They've been cut down by the animal timber. The monkey timber. Oh, who's the master of the monkey? And then to cut the trees down. And for the middle size trees being cut down for the houses, for the rich. So, but for the big one, rich one, so being cut down to big coffins for the super rich. So, they never die a natural death. But for me, and I just be useless, and then I can use become live naturally long life. But again, human beings, we are only one of the 10,000 things, and you try to be master. And then, the master woke up from the dream. Whoa, he saw his respect. You understand, huh? We all live as one of the 10,000 things. And now he's open up, and then with unconditional love, and then become part of the 10,000 things. That's what the 34 is all about. We are small as individual, but we are big as 10,000 things. And then, so I'm going to repeat the last interpretation of 34. And then last interpretation, of course, from my heart and soul. So, the Tao going left and right. And then, so it's really put me in a Qigong status. When I roll the Tao Te Ching, I have to be very calm. And most time, in the middle of the night, I woke up with new ideas. So this is the moment, very precious. So, all right. And then I'm teaching Tao Te Ching here in Yangshuo. So if you want to join me sometime, I'll go to my YouTube, look at it. All right. So love yourself, love others, love nature. The world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo, Guilin, China.
Chapter 34. O omnipresent, the great Tao overflows to the left and to the right and to everywhere. O unconditional love, the 10,000 things depend upon Tao for life, and it never turns them down. It completes all things, yet is not even known. O humble and small, Tao loves and nourishes the 10,000 things, and has no desire to be their master. So we call Tao as small. O humble and great, the 10,000 things return to it, yet Tao does not make them its slaves. So we call Tao as great. Oh, Tao always acts small, and therefore it achieves its greatness after all.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen from beautiful spring day in Yangshuo. Today, I want to talk about, of course, Tao Te Ching, Chapter 35. Now, Chapter 35, and I classify it, and so how Tao Te Ching, 81 chapter, and I classify it as 8. De is the usage of Tao. One of the category or usage is love, unconditional love. And chapter 35 belongs to that category. Now, 35, if you, some of you know Chinese, then you need to 习大将天下王. Basically, it's saying, whoa, we hold on the great image of Tao. And then if Tao exists, in the world right now, and then the peace. People will love each other and enjoy food and enjoy music and just live at peace. And then, but underneath of the peace is the great Tao. Is Tao. When you go out the mouth, you cannot taste it. It's not nothing, and you cannot hear it using the ear, and of course you cannot see. You cannot see Tao, but the usefulness is everywhere. But that is what the 35. So under everything is the unconditional love Tao. Now, so in both. Wang Bi and Ho Xianggong's these two commentators and about 2,000 years old, and they about 35. They pretty much similar. What they say is only one word. They are not major difference. So it is not a major similarity, both of them. But now the Zhuangzi, of course, in order to learn Tao, then you have the Zhuangzi. So I have the story there from Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is Lao Ji's student. But Zhuangzi, the story goes like this, okay? And master, Tao master went to become official, went to Pulu, province and become the leader there. Now, Tao is, we are into life. You become official. You actually, the whole thing is not passive. Learning Tao is active. You do it now. So, but using the Tao's way to do it. So, so what happened there when he went to the province, the Taoist, and then people said, well, there's another official. But after 3 years, and everything is a great harvest, everything at peace, everybody love him, and then people say, whoa, he's different, so want to treat him as God. And then he said, no, I'm not God. And then all the disciples of that master said, yeah, please do so. He said, why? When the spring comes, the breezes come, and so all the crops, all the vegetables, rice, so they flourish. So when the the autumn, the fall comes, all the fruits mature, ripen. So the heaven and earth has spoken, and the unconditional love of heaven and earth, it's nothing to do with me. And I just being here, and then to be one of Tao. And then, but nonetheless, what he said, but the people still worship him. So it's wonderful understanding that from Zhuangzi, these stories. Oh, no, did you see? Look at the heaven and earth. Tao is in action. Now, so as said, Tao, we cannot name Tao because it cannot see, cannot hear, cannot taste. But everything there, you have crops, you have fruit, you have plentiful peace. That's what chapter 35 is all about love. All right, so I let you. So during the translation, I get everything done, and then finally I get rid of everything, and then come into my body and my soul, and then I recreate the scene. Is each time I say, oh, the Greek image, hold on to it, and so on, and then suddenly, oh, hold on to the great image of Tao, and then I am in a Qigong status, in very calm, quiet status, and then I can be one with Tao. So when I read it, and then I will read it, and then you yourself has to learn to apply Tao. And thank you very much. And as Tao said, love yourself, love others, love nature. And the world is beautiful because of you. I love you from Yangshuo. Thank you.
Chapter 35. Hold on to the great image of unconditional love, Tao. Let all living creatures in the world interact and evolve freely. Let all the people live in peace and harmony. Oh, ruler, can you do that? If you do, the world is a better place for you and me. Oh, listen quietly. Natural music is everywhere. Oh, chill slowly. Natural produce is all around. Oh, Wu-wei ruler, the passing guests all want to stay in your kingdom and be part of this great image of Tao. Oh, when Tao comes out of the mouth, it is plain without taste. When looked at, it cannot be seen. When listened to, it cannot be heard. Yet its use is inexhaustible. Oh, humble ruler, your presence is just like Tao. You govern without governing. You get things done without claiming credits. You love people without showing your love. Yet there is everlasting peace.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. Today we want to talk. It's kind of rainy day, not much rain, but it's. By the way, we want to talk about Tao Te Ching, the life. But one of the chapter 36. That's one of the most controversial chapter. I mean, not controversial, but a lot of people use that as some kind of trick for defeating the enemies. But again, we're talking about three things. One is you want to get something, you give it first. Give something first. You want to take away, and then if you want to embrace something, get something, you open first, and then you close. And then of course the weak, you want to weaken another person, make him strong first, make him feel proud, and then he neglect. He's so proud that he just meets a lot of things, and then he become weak. But if you want to destroy somebody, and then make it raise everything else, so it's opposite what you want to do. But of course those is just, but Tao is, this one is not necessary. And again, Tao is natural. It's this a phenomena. It just people make use of it to do anything they like. But of course, and the premises all have the premises in it. I mean, underlying principle, you must have the Tao, the Tao in order to do Tao, and then you can use this sharp weapon. So at the end of it, the fish cannot get away from water, because fish is soft, the water is soft. You cannot get out. The soft is the Tao. That's and then if you the Wu-wei, then the Tao Wu-wei, then the sharp weapon is the Wu. That is the Tao principle within, and then you can use those things and those four opposite yin-yang phenomena to achieve your goals. But as a Tao, we must use the heart, unconditional love, everything, but the principles in order to make it work the Tao's way. By the way, this is the people been using it every day. I mean, when you said the boys chasing girls, I love you. So I give you something. Oh, I want your love back. So it's just a give and take. But this is a natural trick for ways for people to obtain things. But anyway, Wang Bi and Ho Xiang Gong, both of them, this is pretty straightforward, and of course the explanation pretty similar, and of course the Ho Xiang Gong is a little bit. You have the sharp weapon, you know, this is sharp weapon. You don't want to give it out to to the not the kind person. You want to keep it. So so the last sentence he explained that. And but again, a lot of people use this as applied to their life. And for me, at least, I said, well, we have the underlying principle, because in the 81 chapter, this one must be one of them fit in right away with Tao. But anyway, the Zhuangzi have a story about it, if you want to hear about it. The Zhuangzi is beautiful. And, so one time, okay, a friend, Zhuangzi's friend, came to him, he showing off his wealth. He said, "Oh, Zhuangzi, my king just give me 10 carriages. Oh, I'm so powerful. You down? What do you do? So poor." And then Zhuangzi said, "Hey, I tell you a story. One time a boy, you know, deep into the sea and obtained a big pearl, you know, very precious. When he showed it to his father immediately destroyed it. He said, yeah, if the king of the sea allow you to get this pearl, he must be sleeping. So, so the king let you have the 10 carriages, they're gonna kill you later. So this is, but anyway, this is a story from Zhuangzi. And now it's raining, so I have to be quick. Love yourself, love others, love nature. And I love you from Yangshuo, and I'm teaching here now in case you come by. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chapter 36. Oh, he who knows invisible action Wu Wei does not need to use brutal force to defeat the enemies. How does he do it? Oh, here's how. To weaken the enemies, let them feel strong first. Oh, feeling strong, they become arrogant. Being arrogant and strong, they will act recklessly and they will fail, because they act against the natural law. To eliminate the wealth of the enemies, let them flourish first. Oh, let them build a bubble first. One day, the bubble will rupture under its own weight. To take away the booty from the greedy, give them something for free first. Oh, if you want to catch a sparrow, give it some grain. If you want to catch a tiger, give it some meat. If you want to catch the greedy official, give him some money. They all fall into the same trap of greediness. Oh, this subtle way of dealing with the enemies is called subtle enlightenment of Wu Wei. Yes, it's true. The power of the soft and weak can defeat the hot and strong. Oh, water is soft and weak, but fish can't live without it. Oh, Wu Wei action is invisible, but Tao ruler can't rule without it. Therefore, fish should not be taken out of deep waters, and a country's sharp weapons should not be displaced. Oh, be soft, be strong, but without force. Be natural, long life Tao.
Hello, this is Master Luke Chen. We'll talk about Tao Te Ching Chapter 37 today. And it's a beautiful chapter. And it's about Wu Wei, Tao Chang Wu Wei or Wu Bu Wei. So Tao is always invisible action. But without knowing it, everything is done, already finished. And you can see heaven and earth so beautiful. It's action of Tao. We cannot see Tao, but it's there. And so if kings and queens, of course, and then can keep it. That means you and me, if we can keep it, then so everything will be live naturally and evolve on their own. far yu zhuo. So if suddenly when we move, human being, the desire comes, and then we need to use wu wing ji pu, use the simplicity to suppress or not suppress us. Use that as a guideline, and then you can go back to nature again. So it's unbalanced and balance again. It's always balancing act. So finally, when we reach Tao, so everything is root and at peace and so on. All right, so it's very simple, direct chapter about Wu Wei. It's when you read 32 and this 37, they are quite similar. It's not, but different aspect of the Wu Wei, because Wu is the Tao action. So let's look at the always 和尚公王弼 page 327, if you have the page of the book, and and then it's only one word different. It's not major different, but if you're a scholar, if you really love it, makes some difference. And it's called 不育 and then 无育. So but anyway, so most of us is not into those character by character. So they indicate how 和尚公 interpret slightly different than Wang Bi. But basically, it's pretty plain, easy to understand chapter. Now I come down to 和尚公, I mean 庄子, and 庄子of庄子of the story, and page 112 here, 112. So 庄子 112 there. So but anyway, the story goes like this, and well, it's pretty not much a story. Children, hey, they can speak. Year or year and a half, normally year and a half, 2 year old, they can speak. You don't need to teach them the language. They speak. Sometimes the parents, when my child gonna speak? But they are all in cosmic children. They don't speak. They know everything. And then, but anyway, so they speak naturally. You don't need to go to the language specialist, expert. And Zhuangzi called Gang Xi. Gang Xi is the guy, expert at the time. You don't need to see him to learn the language, because it comes natural to you. Yeah, it's the Tao action, Carl. Invisible action. You already got it. It's, people speak, you cannot see, but one day they speak like birds. But anyway, that's the action of Wu Wei. And love yourself, love others, love nature. The world's beautiful because of you. And I love you from Yangshuo. I teach Tao Te Ching here now. Come to see me sometime. And thank you very much. Thank you. I'm reading you the chapter right now. Thank you.
Chapter 37. Tao always does the invisible action Wu Wei, and therefore nothing is left undone. O invisible space, time, and energy matter, Tao Wu Wei is omnipresent. If dukes and kings can follow Tao Wu Wei, the 10,000 things will evolve naturally. When evolution takes place, desires arise. O proud man, on the top of evolution ladder, yet full of desires. Therefore, as a leader, I must subdue the desires with the nameless simplicity Pu. With the nameless simplicity Pu, there's no desire. With no desire, there is serenity. With serenity, the world is naturally at peace. Oh, the people follow my example of simplicity and become simple and content. Oh, peace and inner joy. This is the way of invisible action of Tao.